turbo deal in the left lane. 580 with a 6. 128 miles an hour for the Mustang in the left lane. Dustin Ward starts his day off with a 33 light, then 632 at 108. Next pair in the water, Dylan Scott along with Ryan Johnson. Ryan Johnson for Nasty Fish Racing in the right lane. $70 red and 70-something green. Johnson to the top end first with a 526. Dylan Scott goes 646. Couple of Mission regulars. Jim Benke and Rob Monroe. Monroe, tower side of the racetrack in the left lane. His little Chevrolet powered Ford. Gotta say, I like the way that little car leads. Rob Monroe goes 566 at 122 miles an hour, had a 24 light. Benke was red by 11th thou, then 967. Now Andy Klosky and Kevin Ness. Kevin Ness in Georgie's old wagon. 83 Malibu for Rocket Coatings. So Ness turns it red. Andy with a nice 15 light. Then he goes 610 at 111 miles an hour. Kevin Ness with a 749. That'll bring up Fred Crane and Ken Tolsdorf. Tolsdorf in the right lane. The dart's been giving him some grief, but he thinks he's got it figured out now. Looked pretty good. Going 614 at 112. Both drivers karting 036 reaction times, 1 green, 1 red. Steve Baskerville in his little Volkswagen. Lordco side of the racetrack. And tower side, we've got Dustin Hunter. And the little first-gen Falcon. Hunter turns it red by 12. Steve is a very safe 60 on the tree. Top end, Hunter 578, Baskerville 735. Richard Love rolls up in the right-hand lane. Little black S10. Lines up with Andrew Toflin. Toflin in the Camaro. Toflin goes trip zip, but unfortunately it's red and with a 1. 0.0001 red. Richard Love with a nice light double 06. Then 671 at 102. Toflin, meanwhile, 653 at 104. Now Amber Rutherford and Dennis Winton. Winton in the big wagon. Rutherford in the red Mustang. Winton turns it red by 3,000. Amber Rutherford with a nice 18 light follows that up with a 595 at $1.16. Dennis Winton through the top with a 736 at 92 miles an hour. Now Craig Johnson and Bobby Bailey. Johnson in the very familiar Cutlass, the Money Cutty, as he likes to call it. Bob Bailey behind the wheel, the 68 Cuda you see in the Lordco lane. Johnson with a nice 15 light. Bailey's red by 18 thousandths. 734 up on the scoreboard for Craig Johnson. Bob Bailey goes 685. Now Dan Golby and Craig Palmer. Dan Golby had himself a good day yesterday. Went to 4 cars in the main event. Went a bunch of rounds. And if he keeps that up, we'll do it again today. 007 light for Dan Golby off the bottom. Nice work. 680 at exactly 100 miles an hour. Palmer was red by 22,757 through the top end. Now Bad Brad Burton in the D Stalker. Big block Pontiac power under the hood. Look for a nice wheels up launch. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Box door cars, box door cars. This is your call to the lanes. We'll take doubles in 1 and 2, and we'll take singles in 3 and 4. Box door cars, come on down to the lanes. Singles to 3 and 4, doubles to 1 and 2. Daryl Tippy goes 036, then 676. Tippy also went a bunch of rounds yesterday. Now Andy Klosky and Dustin Ward up for their second hit. Both these guys are double entered. Klosky's 22 on the tree. Dustin Ward with a nice double 05 light. Klosky follows up his 610 with a 612. Dustin Ward picks up a little bit. I think he was 632 on his first hit, goes 629 on the second. Now Jim Benke.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. One more time. We'll take our box door car doubles to 1 and 2, our box door car singles to 3 and 4, please. Fire them up, get them up here, please. Box door car singles 3 and 4, doubles 1 and 2.
And now Craig Johnson back up for his second entry hit. Hey, box door cars, we need you in the lanes. Box door cars, we need you in the lanes. 1 and 2 for doubles, 3 and 4 for singles. We'll make the call now for double entered dragsters. Double entered dragsters will get you to 1 and 2. Double entered dragsters, bring them down to lanes 1 and 2. Craig turns it red by 5, then goes 735.
Thank you. Do you want single dragsters as well, or is it in general?
So once again, we have made the call for double entered dragsters, just double entered dragsters. We'd like you to make your way to lanes 1 and 2, please. So that puts time trials in the books for no box. We'll now roll into the box class, and speaking of which, there are a few spots available for tonight's box shootout. The opportunity to race for 20 grand exists. Dan Provo's got a spot for sale, Chevy Reeves got a spot for sale, and Susan Gross has a spot for sale. If you don't know who these people are, just come see us in the tower, or go see Travis or anybody at the T&T Motorsports trailer, and we'll get you hooked up. So breakfast is on over at the Mission Raceway Park Half-Track Snack Shack. First pair of box cars rolling into the water. First pair of box cars on the starting line, Martin Rochelle and Dustin Martin. Dustin Martin in the right lane. Leaves well, 009, then 573. Martin Rochelle was 027 on the starting line, then 638. Now Kevin McNichol and Jason Pad. drivers go 005. Nice work there. Jason Padd to the top end first with a 591 behind the wheel of the little Chevy Love pickup truck. And McNichol goes 642 in his Nova. Now Eddie Pleasure and yesterday's second chance winner, George LeBlanc. Pleasure in a very pretty 56 Chevrolet. Tower side of the racetrack. Another pair of 00 lights. LeBlanc just slightly better and slightly quicker, 559 to a 566. So Warren Jacobson and John Jenkins. I have not talked to John since yesterday, but he suffered some kind of failure in the S10. So, the little 87 Cavalier gets put into service. Jacobson turns it red by 19. John Jenkins was nowhere near where he needs to be. Gonna have to put some better numbers in the box, would be my guess. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. Single entered dragsters. Single entered dragsters. We need you in the lanes. Single entered dragsters. Bring them down to 3 and 4. Single entered dragsters. This is your call. The lanes 3 and 4. Couple of pickup trucks now. Yesterday's main event winner, Kelly Shearer, coming up in the Tower Lane. Little blue S10 out of Belfair, Washington. Jay Severston from just up the road, coming up in the right lane. Kelly Shearer is Trib Zip Red. .0008. Severston in the top end, well ahead, almost 2 seconds ahead. 495 to Kelly's 692. Single entered dragsters, single entered dragsters. We need you in 3 and 4. Couple of Chevys. Andy Hatton in his 69 Camaro. And Scott Robinson in his 1994 Beretta for Rad Torque Systems. Oh boy. Andy Hatton left, and very shortly thereafter, rear wheels came to an instant stop. So the car is rolling now. Hopefully it's okay. Probably would have been a good idea to have a look at things before making his way up the track. So, obviously, no idea what happened there. Looked very much like the trans brake reapplied. Hey, single entered dragsters. We need you in 3 and 4. Single entered dragsters. We need you to lanes 3 and 4, please. Now Francesca Ward and Dan Parsons. Frankie left side, Dan right side. And another trip zip red light. Frankie turns it 4/10,000ths red. Then goes 571 through the top. Dan Parsons with a nice solid 12 light, then 678. That'll bring up Mike Kenworthy and Dan Golby. Golby in the right lane. Little Fox body Mustang. Goes 10 on the tree. Nice work there. So good to see James Rutherford in the probe up on the starting line. You know, I did see on Facebook earlier in the week, was having some valve train issues. Good to see he got it sorted out. Kelsey Dufresne, tower side. Couple of 20 lights. One red, one green. Rutherford goes 478. Dufresne goes 529. Now Adam DeYoung. This will be the first of the two Artex Racing Camaros here this weekend. Dad's behind him in the water box. Both Adam and John, regular competitors here with the Canada West Door Slammers. Adam got himself a win a few weeks back. Adam with a nice 6 light, then 539 at 129 miles an hour through the top end of the Lordco lane. John DeYoung backing up from the burnout. Artex Racing. So far, quickest set of wheels on the property. Was running 420s yesterday. Nice 11 lights straight down the middle and 429. That'll set up our first pair of dragsters for the day. Mark Campbell and Ryan O'Connor. It'll be Campbell in the left lane or TCS lane and O'Connor in the right lane or Lordco lane. Burnout's done, both cars backing up. Both drivers do an excellent job of letting go. 12 both sides of the racetrack. At the top end, O'Connor there just a little ahead with a 4:49 versus Mark Campbell's 4:55. Next pair got the burnouts done already. Carson Campbell this time and Brady White. Carson went a bunch of rounds yesterday. Brady White in the right lane out of Calgary, Alberta. Carson Campbell in the left lane. The runner out of Olympia, Washington. Campbell turns it red by 8 thou. Brady White with a, very safe 61 light. Top end numbers, 460 for Campbell, 493 for Brady White. Now Dwayne Ringeth and Kaylee Morton. Kaylee Morton in the right lane. Couple of 7 lights, 1 green, 1 red. Ringeth with a 102 60-foot. Goes 441 through the top. Morton follows with a 469. Now Jan Christensen and Dustin Martin. Christensen, a nice solid 15 light, leads the way down the track, puts a 5:04 up on the reader board. Dustin Martin in the right lane behind the wheel of a 67 Chevelle, goes 5:71. That'll bring up Dalton Giroux and Don Sefton. Sefton out of Bremerton, Washington for Trucktown. So we've got a good number of Americans racing here this weekend. Mostly Washingtonians, but at least 1 or 2 from Oregon, I do believe. Well, welcome back to Mission Raceway. It's been a while since we've seen you, and we're very happy to have you back here. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box, double entries. Bring them down to lanes 1 and 2. No box, double entries. This is your call to the staging lanes. No box, double entries. Bring them down to 1 and 2, please. Giroux goes 10 up front, then 4:45 through the top end of the Lordco lane. Sefton with an 0:31 initiated 4:48 over here in the TCS lane. Now Kevin Shearer and Mark Bold. Shearer, Tower Lane, out of Belfair, Washington. Mark Bold out of Red Deer, Alberta. Shearer with a nice 6 light. Follows that up with a 448 ET. Mark Bowl turns it 10 red, then goes 471. That'll bring up Braden Ochetois and Martin Rochelle. Ochetois in the Dragster. Martin Rochelle, his trusty 78 Malibu. Been racing this car for a long time. Go back to 2009. He was your pro bracket world champion. Ochetois with another one of those trip zip red lights. Rochelle was redder with a 10 red light. Next up, Dave Senio and Ed Vanderkoy. Vanderkoy in the right lane, Senio in the left. So one more time. No box double entries. We need you in lanes 1 and 2. No box double entries. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Ed Vanderkoy, very solid with a 17 light, followed up with a 469. Senio goes 460. Started that off with a 3 thou red light. Couple of black dragsters now. Steve Horn and Mike Barron. Steve Horn, left side of the racetrack for Rad Torque Systems and JS Power Sports, along with Rad Torque Raceway. Couple of red lights. Steve Horn goes 430. Just about took away John DeYoung's crown of being the fastest car on the property. DeYoung went 429. Steve Horn just 1/100th of a second slower. Mike Barron was off the power early and coasting. Now Jason Pad and Mark Fall. Mark Fall. It's been a long time since I've seen Mark racing at Mission. Good to see him back. In the El Camino, tower side. Pad in his dragster, spectator side. Couple of 00 red lights. Mark Fall, 004 red, then 681 at 99 miles an hour. Jason Pad, 444 after a 6 thou red light. That'll set up Kurt Gross and Tammy Peugeot. Tammy for Rad Torque Systems in the right-hand lane. Kurt Gross in the left lane. One red light, one green. Tammy goes 486 to get there second. Kurt Gross leads the way with a 480. Now Stephanie Nass and Eric Goulden. Goulden in the right lane. Stephanie Nass in the left. Stephanie from Canby, Oregon. Eric Goulden from Airdrie, Alberta. cars pre-staged. 4 bulbs lit. Couple of nice 00 lights. Stephanie 003, Eric Golden 008. Golden to the top first with a 456. Stephanie with a 488. And now Dan Provo. Be a single. Right-hand side of the racetrack in the Lordco lane. Dan Provo for Rad Torque Systems. Provo got the burnout done, making his way into the beams. Dan Provo with a 437, 163 mile an hour pass.
Just an FYI, you're going to finish the Dragster time hits before you go into the cars.
So, making our through this one and only round of time trials this morning. Nearing the end.
And him and Ryan will be our first pair.
We've already made the call for double door cars to lanes 1 and 2. I believe all you guys are there. Single entered no box cars. Your call will be coming up shortly. Please be ready to go. $7,500 to the winner up for grabs today in the main event. And of course, we've got our shootouts coming up following today's main event. Speaking of which, the opportunity exists to get into tonight's Artex Racing 20 grand to win box shootout. Breakfast is on at the concession stand, the Mission Raceway Park Half-Track Snack Shack. So we've got our double entered dragsters coming back around for their second entry time trial. Don Sefton for Trucktown. Absolutely gorgeous car. Don will be making a single pass up the left-hand side of the racetrack. Nice 10 light to start things off. Then 450 at 155 miles an hour through the top end for Don Sefton. That'll bring up Brady White in the right lane. Brady White, 005 on the starting line. 488, 139.88 miles an hour through the top end. So big shout out to all our sponsors and supporters. Without those and their support, these events simply would not be possible. Top of that list this weekend, Rad Torque Systems, along with A. Tristan Plumbing. A. Tristan, the Lower Mainland's plumbing and heating leader. Rad Torque Systems, the world's leader in torque technology. Also, we got to thank JBS Equipment this weekend for bringing us the live feed. Speaking of which, big shout out to Valley Tech Productions. Fantastic job they do on these live feeds. We'll have a lot of other events that they're involved in. Great work. Kaylee Morton now. Tower side of the racetrack. Kaylee with a nice 5 light. 479, 147 miles an hour through the top end of the racetrack. Now Dwayne Ringeth, left side of the racetrack. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box, single entry. No box, single entered cars. This is your call to the staging lanes. No box, single entries. Bring them down to lanes 3 and 4, please. No box, single entries. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Now Ryan O'Connor and Carson Campbell. Both drivers turn it red. Ryan O'Connor by 9, Carson Campbell by 24. Now Dalton Giroux and Mark Campbell. No box, single entries. No box, single entries. We need you to lanes 3 and 4. No box, single entries. Come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Dalton Giroux and Mark Campbell up for their second entry hits. Giroux left side, Campbell right side. Campbell 007, Dalton with a 20 light. Dalton to the top end first with a 4:45. Mark Campbell. Cards a 4:54. Jan Christensen coming up now, left side of the racetrack. Jan Christensen with a nice 4 light, then 5:03. That'll work. Dustin Martin now. Kevin Shearer starts things off with a 20 light through the 8th mile marker in 4.47 seconds, doing 154.69 miles an hour. So I do believe that was our final participant in this morning's one and only round of time trials. So we now roll into round number 1. We have made the call for single entered, no box cars. You guys should be in lanes 3 and 4. If not already there, please start making your way there. We're going to start running cars. I do believe they have fired up the first pair. We should see them rolling around the corner momentarily. right, time trials are done. Now we start doing it for real. Fred Crane and Ryan Johnson make up our first pairing of day number 2 here at the West Coast Classic. It's going to be Ryan Johnson in his Corvette over there in the Lordco lane, dialed in at 528. Fred Crane, tower side, behind the wheel of his Mustang, dialed in at 667. So just a little short of a 1.5 seconds separate these two by the ETs. Couple of green lights. Finish line says Ryan Johnson moving on. Fred Crane had the advantage on the starting line by 40 thou. Took 71 at the stripe to be under by just about 13. Now Brad Burton and Dustin Hunter. Bad Brad, tower side of the racetrack. In the Firebird, Dustin Hunter behind the wheel of his Falcon. It's Falcon fast. Hunter dialed 577. He's going to be doing the chasing. Burton predicts 665. Clean and green, both sides at the finish line. Burton on the brakes goes 667 on the 665, taking 30 thou. Dustin Hunter was 50 on the tree and in a bunch of trouble. And that'll set up our next pair. Dan Golby and Jim Benke. Golby, tower side in his red Mustang. Benke, spectator side in his blue Scamp. Don't be calling it a dart now. Jim gets kind of upset about those things. Jimmy way out in front, but here comes the little Mustang, and the finish line says it is Jimmy moving on. 19 light, then dead zero on the 971 dial. Dan Golby to the top end first, takes 6 thou at the stripe, but he's under by a couple hun. Now Dustin Ward will take on Dylan Scott. Dylan Scott behind the wheel of his Chevelle. Right-hand lane, dialed in at 646. Ward dialed 14 hun quicker, 632. And it's Ward with the win lane at the top end. Wow. Getting a little stingy on the stripe. 0.0003 seconds. Now Andy Klosky and Andrew Toflin. Toflin behind the wheel of his Camaro in the right lane, down 653. Couple of green lights. It's on. Toflin turns on the win light, goes dead zero, taking 12 thou. Picked up 17 thou on the starting line and put it to very good use. Now a couple of mission regulars. Craig Johnson and Dennis Winton. Just 4 huns separate them by the dials. Johnson should be leaving first with a 739 dial. Couple of green lights. Winton with the starting line advantage, but does not turn on the win light. Takes 36 thou to be 8 thou under. Winton was 21. Johnson was 36. Johnson winds up 740 on the 739 on the brake pedal. Now Kevin Ness will take on Rob Monroe. Kevin Ness in the wagon, tower side. Rob Monroe in the little Ford Coupe, Model A, spectator side. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Box, door car, double entries. Box, door car, double entries. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Box, door car, double entries. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Box, door car, double entries. Bring them down to 1 and 2. Rob Monroe moving on to round number 2. Now Pat Hearn and Ken Tolsdorf. Pat Hearn, local guy out of Surrey. Ken Tolsdorf, in from Alberta. Tolsdorf dialed in at 614. Pat Hearn says he's going 580. Tolsdorf's your winner. Starts things off with a 38 thousandths light. Top end, he's a little quick on the 614 number. Goes 610. Pat Hearn turns it red. Now Steve Baskerville and Greg Palmer going to face off here in round number 1. So we have called our box door car double entries to lanes 1 and 2. Box door car double entries. Please make your way down to lanes 1 and 2. Steve Baskerville's your winner. 742 on the 735. So nearing the end of this opening round for no box. Seeing some of our double entries come back for their second entry hit. Brad Burton and Bobby Bailey. Bob Bailey in the right lane for Kinetic Energies. Bailey predicts 686. Burton working on his 664 dial, and it is Bobby Bailey moving on. How about dead 4 and a 13 light, 17 total, and off to round number 2. Brad Burton goes 66 on the tree and could not fix it, despite the fact that he went dead 3. Dustin Ward and Daryl Tippy now. Daryl Tippy, little 62 Nova over there in the right lane. Dustin Ward is 69 Dart tower side, or 67 Dart rather. Couple of good green lights. And your winner, Daryl Tippy, wins it on a double breakout. Dustin Ward taking the stripe by 6 thou to be under by 22 thou. Dustin Ward very solid on the starting line with an 0.19, but Tippy was awesome with a double 0.4. Tippy under as well, but by just 2 thou. So Daryl Tippy moving on. So hey, just a little reminder to everybody. If round one doesn't go your way, you do have the opportunity to buy yourself back in. Give yourself another chance. Just $80. So how do you do that? You head on over to the T&T Motorsports trailer, located at the back of the staging lanes. The fine folks in there will be happy to sign you up. So once again, buybacks. $80 today to buy yourself back in. Well, here comes a big round one matchup. Couple of hitters. Craig Johnson, the local guy. Mark Fall, long time racer. Veteran guy. Over in the Lordco lane, behind the wheel of his El Camino. Wow. These guys both hit the tree. Let me tell you, at the finish line, it is Craig Johnson moving on. Johnson was 003, Mark Fall was 005. How about that for a couple of guys foot breaking? Craig Johnson at the stripe takes 16 thou to be 3 above. Mark Fall behind and 4 above. So once again, if round one was a non-successful endeavor for you, you can take a shot at fixing that. Just head on over to the T&T Motorsports trailer, $80. You can buy yourself back in. Hey, listen up in the pits. Ryan Johnson, you're down to 2 minutes. You need to get yourself back here. Ryan Johnson, you're down to 2 minutes. So while it's nice and quiet, just a little reminder to all the racers who are double entered. You'll obviously you're using your regular car number, and then for your second entry, you put the X behind it. It would be extremely helpful that when you come up for your non-X hit, you take a piece of tape And just cross out that X, and then, of course, remove that piece of tape when you come up for your X entry. Now, the staff up here in the tower has been doing a great job kind of keeping track of this and sorting it all out as we go along. However, the way it is supposed to work is that's what you're supposed to do. It's supposed to be very clear whether you're making your X run or your non-X run. Hey, folks. Just another bonus of attending one of the Classics races is part of 2023. We are raffling off a Spring Fling entry. How do you get yourself in on that? You head over to the T&T Motorsports trailer, located at the back of the staging lanes. Just $20 will give you a chance at winning an entry to the Spring Fling Million, which takes place at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. So down to our last few pairs in this opening round of no box. In the water box right now is Jim Benke and Richard Love. So it'll be Jim Benke in the right lane and Richard Love in the left. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Box door car single entries. This is your call to 3 and 4. Box door car single entries. Come on down to lanes 3 and 4. One more time. Box door car single entries. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. And to add to that, we'll now make the call for box dragster double entries. Box dragster double entries. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Box dragster double entries, lanes 1 and 2, please. So a couple of red lights. Richard Love, your winner. Benke red by a bunch. Well, good thing for him, he's through in his first entry. Richard Love also pretty red, but not quite as red as Jim. So Richard Love advances to round number 2. And that sets up Andy Klosky and Ryan Johnson. Ryan Johnson in the right lane. Andy Klosky in the left. Johnson behind the wheel of the 63 Corvette, dialed in at 529. Klosky says he's going 610. Klosky nails the 610, dead 5. Unfortunately, he was behind by 40 thou on the starting line. Ryan Johnson taking 16 thou at the finish line to move on to round number 2. Now our final car down the track in this opening round of no box. Amber Rutherford scores the bye behind the wheel of her Mustang. 001. Not bad at all. Then 594 at 116. Amber Rutherford moving on to round number 2. And that puts round number 1 in the books for no box. Coming up next, box. So we have made the call for box door car single entries. You guys should be in 3 and 4. We've also made the call for box dragster double entries. You guys should be in lanes 1 and 2. So safety out there, just giving the surface a little drag. Looks like they are done with that. So we're going to roll into the first pair for boxcars. Coming right up. So here we go, first pair of box competition in the water. Dan Golby and Dustin Martin. Dan Golby, tower side. The little Mustang. 547 cubic inch Ford big block. Dialed in at 675. Dustin Martin. In the black Chevelle, spectator side, dialed 574. Just 5 thou separate them on the starting line. Finish line says it is Dustin Martin moving on. Martin to the stripe first by 21 thou, to be exactly one above. Now Frankie Ward and Martin Rochelle. Francesca, tower side. In the Camaro, dialed in at 573. Martin Rochelle predicts 640 in the Malibu. Ho, ho, ho. Frankie goes 001, but does not turn on the wind light. She takes 33 at the stripe to be under by 7/10,000ths of a second. Oh man, she was pretty close to a one pack. So Martin Rochelle crossing second goes 641 on the 640, initiated with a 21 light, and he is going around number 2. Now Kevin McNichol and Jason Pad. Pad with a big wheels up launch in the Chevy Love pickup. and wins it on a double breakout. Takes the stripe by 10 to be under by 7 thou. McNichol crossing second and further under. Pad with the starting line advantage, 16 to 31. Now yesterday's second chance winner, George LeBlanc, up in the right lane. Going to take on Warren Jacobson here in round one of today's $7,500 to win main event. Jacobson will be leaving well ahead, working on a 725 dial. LeBlanc to the stripe first by 35 thou, but under by 6 thou. Jacobson also under, but by just 3 thou. LeBlanc with the starting line advantage, but does not parlay that into a win. Now, yesterday's main event winner, Kelly Shearer, will take on Adam DeYoung. Kelly in the blue S10, Adam in the white Camaro. Couple of green lights. Adam DeYoung with the win light on. 11 up front, dead 9, 20 total for the win. Now John DeYoung in the right lane. Dialed in at 429. Couple of absolutely beautiful Chevrolets on the starting line right now. Eddie Plaisir in that gorgeous 56 Chevy. As good as that thing looks from far away, you should see it up close. John DeYoung in his 68 Camaro, blown 598 combination. Eddie dialed in at 566. John DeYoung working on a 429. Clean and green both sides. Finish line says it's John DeYoung moving on. 11 and dead 1, 12 total. Plaisir to the stripe first by 12 thou, but in doing so, he's under by 4 thou. Plaisir with the starting line advantage. He was an awesome 3 light on the starting line. Giving himself 8 thou to work with. Unfortunately, he took 12. Now Mike Kenworthy will take on Scott Robinson. Scott Robinson in the right lane for Rad Torque Systems. In the Chevy Beretta. Dialed in at 594. He's going to be doing the chasing. Kenworthy will leave first, working on a 544 dial. 1 red light, 1 green. Scott Robinson was 002. Then 18 thou under the 494, but he's moving on to round number 2. Mike Kenworthy will have the option of heading on over to the T&T Motorsports trailer, coughing up $80, and buying himself back in. Because why wouldn't you? Speaking of buying in, there are a few spots open for tonight's R-Tex Racing 20 grand to win top bulb shootout. So we're still waiting for one more double-entered door car to come around. You are on the 2-minute clock. Double-entered door car, you need to get back here. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. Box Dragster single entries. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Box Dragster single entries. Bring them down to lanes 3 and 4. One more time. Box Dragster single entries. Come on down to lanes 3 and 4. So nearing the end of box door cars, Kelsey Dufresne and Dan Parsons roll into the water. Burnouts commence. The Quality Racing Duster over there in the right lane, Dan Parsons. Out of Powell River, BC. Dan dialed in at 678 in the Lordco lane. TCS side of the racetrack, we've got Kelsey Dufresne. Grand Prairie, Alberta. Red Camaro dialed in at 529. Just one foul separate these two on the starting line. Wow, Kelsey looked to be moving around a little bit there. Turns on the win light, goes dead one, taking 13 thou at the stripe. Parsons was 22 up front, gave up just one thou on the starting line. but his 13th thou above. To cross second by exactly 13th thou. Andy Hatton and John Jenkins. Both drivers turn it red, but Jenkins was redder than Hatton. John Jenkins, just for good measure, goes dead one on the 573 dial. Hatton was one above, and moving on to round number 2. That'll bring up Jay Severston and James Rutherford. Rutherford in the right lane behind the wheel of his Ford. So I'm looking at my screen, and my screen tells me that James Rutherford's got a 632 cubic inch big block Chevy under the hood. Guess James is a Chevy guy, way down deep inside. I'm pretty sure I got a misprint on my screen. Oh, Severston was almost deadly. Steady was red, but by just 0.03 of a second. Rutherford was a little vulnerable with a 42 light. Then runs 76 on the 78, but he's going around number 2. Couple of dragsters now, as we have completed the door car portion, or at least I believe we have, of this opening round for box. Chatois turns it red by 0.08 of a second. Brady White victorious. We'll see him back in round number 2. So we'll make a final call for box dragster singles. We need you in lanes 3 and 4. Box dragster single entries. We need you in 3 and 4. Final call for box dragster single entries to 3 and 4. Ryan O'Connor turns on the win light, gets around Dave Senio. They were just 2 thou apart on the starting line, with O'Connor having the advantage with his 9 light. At the finish line, wins a double breakout by 6 thou. Senio to the top end first by 4 thou. but under by 7. Well, here's a nice matchup. Dwayne Ringeth and Jason Pad. It'll be Jason Pad in the right lane, Dwayne Ringeth in the left. Pad will get a small handicap start on the starting line, dialed in at 447. Ringeth dialed 200s quicker at 445. Couple of Albertans facing off here in round number 1. Dwayne Ringeth for T&T Motorsports and the Classics. Jason Pad for Automax, Floors with Flair, and T&T Motorsports. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Both drivers bumping in. Well, Ringeth is. Pat hasn't started yet. Here he comes. Pad with the starting line advantage and turns on the win light. 17 up front, dead 1 to be 18 total. Maybe a little greedy at the stripe. Took 47. Dwayne Ringeth a little behind on the starting line. Could not fix that at the finish line. That'll bring up Steve Horn and Carson Campbell. Steve Horn, the tower lane for JS Motorsports, Rad Torque Systems, and Rad Torque Raceway. Carson Campbell for Pioneer Builder Supply. Steve Horn goes drip, zip, red. Oh, man. Carson Campbell, very takeable with a 57 light. Campbell on the freebie runs it out, goes 61 on the 64. Not sure if Horn was out of the gas at the top end, but wound up 42 on his 430 dial. So Carson Campbell moves on. Steve Horn off to the buyback window. Speaking of which, just $80 can potentially fix your round 1 loss today.
Thank you.
Just one of the great things about the Classics, in my opinion. Buybacks and second chance race. Nobody likes having a great day planned at the racetrack, and then in the morning hours, round 1 is unsuccessful, and there you are with a whole day on your hands. Nothing else to do. Multiple chances to fix that situation here at the Classics. And I personally think that's a great thing. So safety out there, just doing a little bit of cleanup in the right lane. Looks like somebody left a few drops out there.
Hey, Cam, which car do we think that was?
So, cannot say enough about all the support that T&T Motorsports receives to help put on these great events. Part of that is a shout out going to SLR Rentals. Steve Horn and Jay Severston providing a trailer. That would be the trailer you find at the back of the staging lanes. So big shout out to SLR Rentals, JS Power Sports. Very much appreciated. Speaking of said trailer, that's where you go to fix your round one situation. Buybacks just $80. Get you back into the main event today. What a deal. So it looks like we are ready to go. We've got the next pair fired. And there we go with the burnouts. Dalton Giroux and Eric Goulden. Eric Goulden, right-hand side of the racetrack out of Airdrie, Alberta. For All Fitz Auto and Brad's Auto. Eric Goulden dials 457 in the right lane. Dalton Giroux over here in the tower lane, the left side of the racetrack. More appropriately, the TCS lane. Giroux dialed in at 446. Giroux, the chaser. Goulden, the chasee. Dalton turns it red by 24. Eric Goulden moving. 16 light, then one above the 457 dial. And that'll set up Mike Barron versus Kaylee Morton. Kaylee Morton in the right lane. Dialed 463. Mike Barron dialed exactly 0.3 of a second quicker at 433. Kaylee Morton, your winner. She was 23 up front. Mike Barron turned it red by 25. Morton dialed hot, however. 458 on the 463 dial. Now, the plan could have been to be holding 5, but I kind of don't think so. Now Don Sefton and Mark Bold. Sefton, tower side. Dialed in at 451. Bold will get a 2/10 starting line handicap advantage. Dialed in at 471. Hey, listen up in the pits. Brady White and Ryan O'Connor. Brady White and Ryan O'Connor, your time is up. You need to get back here to the staging lanes. Brady White and Ryan O'Connor, your time is up. You need to be back. Sefton with the win. 52 of the 9 on the 51. Sefton was awesome on the starting line with a double 02 light. Mark Bold was 25 up front, then 73 on the 71. Now Tammy Peugeot will take on Mark Campbell. Campbell in the right lane. 4:54, the prediction for the Olympia, Washington runner. Tammy Peugeot out of Abbotsford for Rad Torque Systems. Towerside dialed in at 487. Well, a couple of red lights. Mark Campbell's your winner. He was red by just 6 thou. Tammy was red by a little more than that. Campbell runs it out, one above the 4:54 dial. And off to round number 2. Trip zip with a 7. Then one above to get the win. 19 total. All of that at the finish line. Ed Vanderkooy was 25 and in trouble. Kurt Gross and Jan Christensen now. Kurt Gross in the left lane out of Oregon City, Oregon. Jan Christensen for the Old Car Center. In the right-hand lane, dialed 503. Christensen with the starting line advantage and the win. How about that? 12 total. 8 up front, dead 4, taken 6 thou. That's a nice looking time slip. Kurt Gross was 22 up front. And then 2 thou under the 481 dial, crossing second. Carson Campbell, you are out of time. Your 10 minutes is up. We need you back here now. Carson Campbell, you need to get back to the staging lanes. Another pair of dragsters roll into the water. Stephanie Nass and Brady White. Dirty White Boys car in the right lane. Brady White out of Calgary, Alberta. We're going heads up here in round number 1. 489 the dial for both these cars. No handicap. Three bulbs lit, there's 4, here we go. Which car moves first? Pretty even on the starting line, just 2 thou separate them. At the finish line, Brady White is your winner. 24 total. 489 with a 1 on the 489 total. He was 23 up front. Gave him 2 thou to play with at the finish line. guaranteed himself the win by taking 1 thou.
What was that? On 5 cars to come back.
So $80 will give you an opportunity to potentially fix your round 1 situation. Now, of course, if you won first round, you have no need whatsoever for the buyback round. But if you didn't win first round, I think it's an awesome option. So head on over to the T&T Motorsports trailer located at the back of the staging lanes. If you want to buy yourself back in, just $80 today. So just making our way through this opening round. We are nearing the completion of it, I do believe. Just waiting on a few of our double-enter dragsters to make their way back to the staging lanes for their second entry. Breakfast is on over at the Snack Shack. Two-minute warning for our double-enter dragsters. 2 minutes. There's 3 of you out there that we're waiting on. So we need you back here to the staging lanes. This is your 2-minute warning. Attention in the pits. No box. Buyback. This is your call to 1 and 2. No box buyback to lanes 1 and 2. We'd like our lone double buyback entry to show up first. So this call specifically for you first. No box buyback double entry. We'd like you in the lanes first, but we need all of you to lanes 1 and 2. No box buybacks. No box buybacks. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. No box buybacks. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Once again, no box buybacks. Come on down to 1 and 2. So down to our last few pairs in this opening round for boxcars. Dwayne Ringeth and Kaylee Morton. Dwayne Ringeth, tower side. Kaylee Morton, spectator side. Morton will get the starting line handicap. Predicting 459 for an ET. Ringeth dialed in at 446. Kaylee Morton, dead 5 and 003 up front, 8 total. Nice job right there. Dwayne Ringeth was 18 on the tree, fairly solid, but in trouble. So we have called no box buybacks to the lanes. No box buybacks. You should be in the lanes. So I see we've got a handful or two of spectators over there in the grandstands. Welcome to Mission Raceway Park, the Titanium Strip. Very happy to have you with us today.
Well, did you flip the...
So I was just saying hello to our race fans over there in the grandstands. Very happy to have you with us here this weekend. Probably some of the tightest bracket racing you're going to see here at Mission all year long. Here at the West Coast Classic. Just down to our final few pairs here in the opening round. In the water right now, a couple of young men who are no strangers to each other. Dalton Giroux and Ryan O'Connor. O'Connor in the black dragster, right-hand lane. Dalton Giroux in the tower lane. Giroux dialed in at 446. Gives up the starting line handicap to ROC. Ryan O'Connor is in with a 453. Just 2 thou separate them back here. Finish line says Dalton Giroux moving on. 23 thou up front, which gave him a 2 thou advantage on the starting line at the finish line. He is one above, taking 6 thou. Dalton Giroux off to round number 2. Ryan O'Connor off to the buyback window. Here comes the next pair. Rolling into the water, right-hand lane, Jan Christensen. Jan Christensen really liking that 503 number this morning. If I remembered correctly, he was pretty awesome here in round 1 with his first entry. If I recall, he was 8 thou total. Kevin Shearer over here tower side. Dialed in at 447. So Christensen will get the starting line handicap by 56 1/100ths of a second, a little over half a second. Both drivers bumping their way in. Christensen in first, Shearer now. Just 1 thou separate them by the reaction times. At the finish line, it is Jan Christensen carrying 2 entries into round number 2. 11 thou above, 19 on the tree, 30 total. Good enough. Kevin Shearer, 20 up front and 2 above at the finish line to be behind. Now Don Sefton and Mark Campbell. Sefton, Tower Side. For Trucktown. Washington versus Washington. Mark Campbell out of Olympia in the right-hand lane, dialed 455. He'll get a 4/100ths of a second handicap start. He is your winner. 11 thou on the starting line and dead one at the finish line to be 11 total. Or sorry, 12 total. Should have used my calculator. Attention in the pits. Box door car buyback. Box door car buybacks will take you now to lanes 3 and 4. Box door car buyback. Come on down to lanes 3 and 4. So Campbell with a 12-pack moves on. Sefton also dead one, but red by 4. Carson Campbell goes 001 red. Then goes 461 with a 6 on the 461 dial. Here comes our first pair of no box buyback. We've got Andy Klosky and we've got Dennis Winton. Klosky in the strip teaser. Winton behind the wheel of Shaggy. Dennis Winton dials the wagon in at 734. Andy Klosky dials 612 in the Chevelle. Dennis Winton is just absolutely on fire this morning. Well, he is in the buyback round, so might not be 100% true, but he just went trip zip with an 8. Then all out 37 on the 34 dial. Dennis Winton is back in competition. Klosky turned it red by 5 thou. Now Dustin Hunter and Dan Golby. Well, neither driver stellar on the starting line. However, they're only separated by 9 thou. Dustin Hunter turns on the win light. 579 on the 578 dial, getting it done. Now Dustin Ward and Jim Benke. A couple of A-body Mopars. Dustin Ward, Tower Side, 67 Dart, Jim Benke. And his little Plymouth Scamp. Benke's away, here comes Dustin Ward. Dustin Ward moving on to round number 2. Brad Burton, Greg Palmer, just 1 thou apart on the starting line. Sounds like Burton had a little bit of room up there. 40-41. Burton with the 1 thou advantage. Then 675 on the 666 dial, good enough. So, final pair in this no box buyback round. Mark Fall and Andy Kloski. Hey, listen up in the pits. Time is running out. Final call to the buyback window for no box guys. No box guys. Or sorry, for box guys. Yeah, we're in the final pair of no box. Shouldn't be that hard to figure out. Box guys, this is your final call to get to the buyback window. Fix your round one situation. Mark Fall, tower side, 685. Andy Kloski, spectator side, 612 in the strip teaser. Couple of green lights. Mark Fall out in front for now. Here comes the strip teaser, and Andy gets it done. 612 with a 2 on the 612 dial. Was 31 up front. 35 total. Gets it done. Andy Kloski moving on to round number 2. Hey, listen up in the pits. Box Dragster double buybacks. Box Dragster double buybacks. This is your call to 1 and 2. Box Dragster double buybacks. Bring them down to lanes 1 and 2. Apparently there's just one of you. So safety out there, just doing a little quick drag on the surface before we roll into the buyback round for boxcars. Attention in the pits. Single box dragster buybacks. Box dragster single buybacks will take you to the staging lanes now. Box dragster single buybacks. Bring them down to the staging lanes. So just about set to go with boxcar buyback round. Should see the first pair pulling around the corner anytime. Hey, don't forget, you can potentially win yourself an entry to the Spring Fling just by being part of the Classics. Head on over to the T&T Motorsports trailer. Just $20 will get you a ticket. You can enter as many times as you'd like for an entry to next year's Spring Fling in Las Vegas. If attending one of those events is not yet on your bucket list, I highly recommend you put it there. Get it done. And if you're listening in on the live feed, well, that goes for you too, but I would say in front of that, put attending a Classic. Because if you're not here, I got to ask, why not? So once again, for those tuned into the live feed, welcome aboard. Very happy to have you with us today. Valley Tech, as always, doing a great job producing the live feeds of the Classics. And this weekend, special shout out to JBS Equipment for being this weekend's live stream sponsor. So as mentioned, head on over to the T&T Motorsports trailer located at the back of the staging lanes. Get yourself in on the Spring Fling lottery, so to speak. $20 a ticket. So here we go. Boxcar buyback round. First pair, Dan Parsons and Francesca Ward. Francesca, behind the wheel of the Camaro, tower side, dialed in at 572. Dan Parsons behind the wheel of his Duster, dialed in at 679. So Parsons in the right lane, leaving first. He'll be the chasee. Couple of green lights. Parsons out in front trying to stay there. No. Gets to the stripe first by 18 thou to be under his 679 by 2 thou. Frankie Ward had the starting line advantage, 009 to 15. To beat 2 above on the safe side of the dial. Now Kevin McNichol and Jay Saverston. McNichol with the starting line advantage and the win. Saverston goes dead zero on the 495 dial. Unfortunately, he gave up a little bit on the starting line. McNichol taking the stripe by 34 to be 3 above and off to round number 2. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. We've got some awards to give away. I'm going to read out a list of names. I've got 6 of them on there right now. And we would ask that at your earliest convenience, you make your way to the T&T Motorsports trailer. We'll take a picture of you, give you your award. What we don't want to have happen is all these to stack up and have to deal with them more towards the end of the weekend. So if you hear your name, we've got an award for you. Come on down. 1 second. John Jenkins goes dead one on the 572 dial to take the win. So the list of names that we're looking for at the T&T Motorsports trailer: Robbie White, Scott Robinson, Andy Klosky, Monty Beagle, Stephanie Nass, and Mark Fall. Once again, we'd like very much for you to make your way to the T&T Motorsports trailer. We'll give you your award, take a picture of you, put you on Facebook. You'll be famous. Those names once again: Robbie White, Scott Robinson, Andy Klosky, Monty Beagle, Stephanie Nass, and Mark Fall. Next pair: Mike Kenworthy and Dustin Martin. Kenworthy, tower side, behind the wheel of Firebird. Turns it red by 3 thou. Dustin Martin was on his game with a 4 light, then goes dead one on the 573 dial to be 4 total. Yeah, man. Eddie Plaisir, George LeBlanc. Plaisir in the pretty 56. George LeBlanc is very cool orange Chevelle. So I'm pretty sure these two faced off in round 1. Possibly it was time trials. But I'm sure they've lined up already once today. Side by side at the finish line, it is Eddie Plaisir moving on, one above the 565 dial. LeBlanc with the starting line advantage, but at the finish line goes under by just a little under 300ths. So Eddie Plaisir moving on. Dwayne Ringeth and Dan Provo. Ringeth, tower side. Provo, spectator side. Provo, the quicker car, dialed in at 434. Ringeth will be working on a 446 dial. Dan Provo is moving on to round number 2. Ringeth turns it red by 7th out, taking himself out. Dan winds up 431 on the 434 dial. But he's moving on to round number 2. And that'll bring up Dan Golby and Ryan O'Connor. Ryan O'Connor behind the wheel of the Dragster. Dialed in at 450. Golby hitting the bottom bulb behind the wheel of his Mustang, dialed in at 675. Golby staged up, now Ryan's in. Ryan O'Connor red by 2 thou. Dan Golby with the wind light on. Gets a freebie, runs it out. Well, I'm assuming he ran it out, maybe not. 677, 99 miles an hour. Dave Senio gets around Ant Vanderkoy. Senio was 3 green, Vanderkoy was 6 red. So Senio moves on. Now Braden Ochetois and Mark Bold. Ochetois gets the win on a double breakout. He's under by 8 thou. Mark Bold under by 18. And Mike Barron out there. Mike Barron with the win. Dead 9 on the 434 dial. Taking the stripe by 3 thou. Tammy was behind a little bit on the starting line. And under by 6 thousandths. Mike Barron advances to round number 2. Tammy will be able to jump into the second chance race, which I'm sure she will. Kevin Shearer turns it red by 0.8 of a second. Oh, man. Both cars right on the dial. Shearer dead 4 on the 84 dial, or sorry, on the 48 dial. Kurt Gross dead 2 on the 480 dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box cars. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take doubles to lanes 1 and 2, and we'll take singles to lanes 3 and 4. No box. This is your call to the lanes. No box. Bring them down to the staging lanes. Doubles to 1 and 2, singles to 3 and 4. Hey, to the guy looking at the black S10 on the ramp truck, you can buy that whole package just as it sits. It'll even come with a green mini bike. So, beautiful day here at the Titanium Strip for day number 2 of the West Coast Classic. A little bit of cloud cover this morning, but hey, that's all good. Nice cool weather. Making a little horsepower. I hear race cars. So we have made the call for no box cars to the lanes for round number 2. We need our doubles in lanes 1 and 2 and our singles in lanes 3 and 4. So continuing on with the buyback round for no box cars. Dalton Giroux and Steve Horn. Horn for JS Motorsports. Rad Torque Systems over there in the right lane, dialed in at 430. Dalton Giroux in with a 447. So we'll make another quick call for no box cars. No box cars, round 2. We need you in the lane. Singles to 3 and 4, doubles to 1 and 2. Well, trouble for Steve Horn. I don't think that was the plan. Dalton Giroux picks up an easy round win, gets himself back into competition. Stephanie Nass with the single here in the buyback round. She'll be a player in round number 2. So we'll see how close Stephanie comes to her 489 prediction. .005 to start things off. 490 with a 0 on the 489 dial. Now Don Sefton and Dwayne Ringeth. Sefton for Trucktown. Just 1 thou separate him at the starting line. At the finish line, it is going to be Don Sefton back into round 2. Oh boy, Dwayne Ringeth had a 1 thou starting line advantage. Takes 4 thou at the stripe to be 2 thou under. Sefton dead on. Almost. 4.5099 on the 451 dial. And I do believe that does it for the buyback round. So back into main event competition, round number 2. Here we go. First pair of no box cars in the water. It's going to be Steve Baskerville and Ryan Johnson. Little over 2 seconds will separate these two by the dials. Ryan Johnson's going to have to practice some patience on the starting line, while out of the corner of his eye, he sees that little Volkswagen Golf taking off up the left side of the racetrack. Both drivers clean and green. Little Volkswagen got the starting line advantage, but does not parlay it into a win. Way off the dial, was in at 735 and ran 745. Ryan Johnson was behind on the starting line, but able to get to the top end first. Turn on that win light. Bob Bailey and Brad Burton. BB versus BB. Brad Burton. Tower side of the racetrack. 72 Pontiac Firebird D stock automatic. 455 under the hood. Virtually all stock components. NHRA rules very restrictive on what you're allowed to do with your stock parts to try and make more power. Burton comes from a family of Pontiac enthusiasts, let's say. They've got it figured out. Well, not enough to get the win light. Bob Bailey is moving on. Brad Burton to the stripe first by 70 thou to find himself under his 666 dial by 5 thou. Now Dustin Ward and Dennis Winton. Winton in the wagon. 736 the prediction. Dustin Ward dials the dart in at 633. Ward turns it red by 4. Dennis Winton is moving on. Winton 16 up front, then goes 730 with a 9 on the 736 dial. Was holding just shy of 600ths of a second. Oh, here's a cool matchup. Craig Johnson and Jim Benke. Couple of mission regulars. Both of them hitting the bottom off the foot brake. Just 3 thou separation by the reaction times. Benke out front. Here comes the money cutty. Benke turns on the win light on a double breakout. Benke under by 6 thou. Johnson under by 13. It was Benke with the 3 thou starting line advantage. That no doubt helped him out just a little bit. Johnson taking the stripe by 2. Now Andy Klosky and Ken Tolsdorf. Tolsdorf, the quicker of the two, but just by a hun. He's in at 6:10. Klosky's in at 6:11. Andy Klosky would like to thank Design Flooring, Jim Obelek, Enterprises, Sandovan Racing, and the Dawson family. Tolsdorf turns it just slightly red. He's red by 2 thou. Klosky was awesome on the starting line with a 9 light. Hey, listen up in the pits. Box door car double entries. Box door car double entries. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Box door car double entries. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Box door car double entries. Come on down to 1 and 2. Amber Rutherford and Andrew Tofler. Rutherford, left lane, in the Mustang. Toflin behind the wheel of the Camaro in the right lane. Amber turns it red by 5 thou. Andrew Toflin is moving on to round number 3. Now Dustin Hunter and Daryl Tippy. Another pair of mission regulars. Hunter from Chilliwack. Tippy from Surrey. Tippy will leave first, dialed 676 in the Nova. There goes Dustin Hunter trying to run him down in the Falcon. Tippy taking just 4 thousandths at the stripe to be 3 above and moving on to round 3. Now Rob Monroe and Dylan Scott. Dylan Scott turns on the win light. Monroe was behind by 63 thousandths on the starting line. Actually got to the finish line first by 13 thou, but well under the 562 prediction. Dylan Scott moving on. Brad Burton and Richard Love. Well, not sure what happened there, but clearly we're going to have to try that again. All right, we'll try this again. Brad Burton and Richard Love. Richard Love in the S10, Burton in his Pontiac. Couple of green lights, one of them very green. That's what was giving Brad Burton the room to be going womp womp up there. So Brad Burton moves on. So while it's quiet for a moment, so a little while ago I read out a list of 6 names. If your name was on that list, I bet you had an award waiting for you at the T&T Motorsports trailer. So well aware, some of you have already made it there, but I wouldn't know whether or not that is the case. So I'm going to read those 6 names again. If you hear your name and you have already claimed your award this morning, then just disregard. Robbie White, Scott Robinson, Andy Klosky, Monty Beagle, Stephanie Nass, and Mark Fall. So I gotta say, I'm rather impressed by how many race fans we have over there in the grandstands. I realize it's not like the grandstands are full or anything. However, I've spent much time sitting in this seat staring out that way and seen a lot less people. So I'm assuming you people all knew what you were in for when you came here today, and that was you wanted to see some of the tightest bracket racing you're going to see at Mission all year long, and that's what we do here at the Classics. Specifically this event, the West Coast Classic at the Titanium Strip. So welcome to all of you. Very glad to have you out here with us today. We'll also send out another welcome to those logged on to the live stream, as well as a shout out to Bally Tech Productions and this weekend's live stream presented by JBS Equipment. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Box door car single entries. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. Box door car single entries. Bring them down to 3 and 4. One more time. Box door car single entries. We need you now to lanes 3 and 4. So continuing along here in round 2 of no box competition. Looks like we've got Dustin Ward and Ryan Johnson ready to do battle. Ryan Johnson in the right lane. Looks like he's got 5:29 on the window. Dustin Ward behind the wheel of the Dart in with a 6:32. Dustin Ward turns it red on the starting line. Ryan Johnson, I believe, carries 2 entries into round 3 now. Here comes Craig Johnson on a single. CJ Bracket Racer in the money cutty. Craig with a nice 007 light. 742 on the 738. Pretty sure he was off the gas before the finish line. Hey, listen up in the pits. Box Dragster double entries. This is your call to 1 and 2. Box Dragster double entries. Bring them down to 1 and 2. One more time. Box Dragster doubles. We need you in lanes 1 and 2. Martin Rochelle and John DeYoung. It'll be John DeYoung in the right lane. So John DeYoung dialed 429, Martin Rochelle dialed 641. John DeYoung out of power. Martin Rochelle gets the win. DeYoung had the starting line advantage, but shortly after he left the line, the car went silent. So Martin Rochelle moving on to round number 3. John DeYoung, well, if he can get his problems sorted out, he'll have the option of jumping into second chance competition. Dustin Martin and Dan Golby. Dustin Martin in the right lane, dialed 574. Dan Golby over here, tower side, hitting the bottom in top, dialed 676. Little bit of a starting line advantage for Dustin Martin. Easily turns on the win light. Golby was dead 4, but to no avail. So Dustin Martin moves on to round number 3. Now Frankie Ward and Jason Pad. Pad in the Chevy Love pickup truck, right-hand lane. Dialed 591. Pre-stage bulbs lit, both sides, nobody moving forward. Oh, I see Pad just took a little bump. We've got a little staging duel here. Frankie Ward on the left. Oh, she took a little bump forward. Here's another one. Frankie's gonna put it in the beams. Taking her time. Now she's lit the third bulb. Pad lights the fourth. Here we go. 2,000 separate them by reaction time, so at the finish line, it's going to be Jason Pad. Dead on with a 0, taking 11,000 at the stripe. Frankie Ward was 2,000 better with her 30 light. But it's Jason Pad moving on to round number 3. Now Adam DeYoung will take on Warren Jacobson. Jacobson in his, primarily Super Straight Nova, making use of the throttle stop here this weekend. Dialed just 724. Of course, the car all out would be capable of much quicker than that. So we'll see Warren's car leave hard, then just kind of idle for a little bit, and then back on the gas. Don't worry, it's supposed to do that. Unfortunately for Warren, he was 7,000 red on the starting line, so Adam's win light was on the whole time he was driving down the track. Adam winds up 540 with a 7 on the 539 dial. It was 18 on the tree. And coming back for round number 3. Now James Rutherford. And Andy Hatton. Hatton dialed 525 in the green Camaro. Rutherford dialed 477 in the Ford Pro, but he turns it 1,000 red. Eddie Plaisir and Kelsey Dufresne. Dufresne behind the wheel of the Camaro in the right lane, dialed 521. Eddie Plaisir dials the 56 Chevy at 566. Seems appropriate. There's a 56 in there. Plaisir with the starting line advantage, and he holds on. 2 above, good enough to get it done. Dufresne to the stripe first by 11,000, but under by 7,000. So just a little reminder to everyone, if you have not yet gotten yourself in the Spring Fling Lottery, we'll call it, just $20 will give you a chance for a free Spring Fling entry. Now, just to be clear, there is one of these entries awarded over the course of the 3 Classics races. Or to put it another way, we will not be awarding that this weekend. This will be awarded at the final of the 3 Classics races that takes place in Medicine Hat next month. But what a great deal, just $20. Get you a chance to win a free entry to the Spring Fling Million in Las Vegas. And there is no limit on how many of those tickets you can buy. So fill your pockets. Also, if you find yourself out of competition, well, the good news is you can jump in the second chance race. $100 entry fee will get you in that race. Just head on over to the T&T Motorsports trailer and get yourself on the list. Attention in the pits. Box Dragster single entries. We need you to the staging lanes. Box Dragster single entries. Bring them down to lanes 3 and 4. Box Dragster singles, come on down to 3 and 4. So as I was saying about the second chance race, this will commence, much like it did yesterday, following round 3 of the main event. So if after those first 3 rounds you find yourself on the outside, for just $100, you can get back in the game. 80% payback of all entry fees collected. Here we go. We got a pair of cars in the water. Martin Rochelle and Scott Robinson. Scott Robinson in the right lane. 492, the predicted number. The Rad's Torque Systems Beretta. Regular runner here at Mission and with the Canada West Door Slammers. Martin Rochelle Towerside, also a regular runner here. In Super Combo. Running it all out this weekend. Got a 641 on the window. But it's Scott Robinson moving on. Rochelle with the starting line advantage. Took 37 thou at the stripe. Should have took 30 or less as he was under by 7 thou. Robinson 2 above and moving on. Now John Jenkins and Dustin Martin. Just 2 Huns separate them by the dials. It'll be Martin in the right lane with the starting line handicap. He's dialed in at 573. And Martin turns the wind light on up top. 574 on the 573 dial. Gets it done. Hey, I got a couple more names. You have won an award if you hear your name. So again, at your earliest convenience, we would very much appreciate you making your way over to the T&T Motorsports trailer. We'll take your picture, give you your award. So right now we are looking for Jay Severston and Steve Baskerville. Jay Severston and Steve Baskerville. We've got awards waiting for you at the T&T Motorsports trailer. We will be taking your picture when you get there, so might want to check your makeup, check your hair, you know, make sure you're looking right. Braden Achetois and Jan Christensen. Achetois, tower side, dialed 458. Have to wait around for roughly 56 hundredths of a second before he gets to go and try chase Jan Christensen down. Christensen with a 504 dial in the right lane. Couple of green lights. Stripe says it is Achetois moving on. Wow, good drag race right there. Achetois 13 up front, 1 above, taking 1 thou. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We'll make the call now for our lone one and only no box double entry. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. No box double entry. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. And just to clarify, everybody listen up, there is absolutely a second chance race today. Apparently some people are under the impression that we will not be doing a second chance race today. Well, to clarify, we absolutely are doing a second chance race today. So again, if you find yourself out of competition following these opening 3 rounds, that is an option for you. You can get into the second chance race. How do you do that? Well, very simple. You head over to the T&T Motorsports trailer, preferably with a $100 bill in your pocket. Also have the option of putting it on your tab if you're running a tab. But yes, we absolutely are running a second chance race today. Don Sefton and Eric Goulden. Goulden, 458. Sefton turns it red by 8 thou. So Eric Goulden moving on. Dalton Giroux and Jason Pad. Looks like we've got another heads-up pairing on our hands. Both these cars dialed in at 447. So heads up, something we don't see a whole lot of in the world of bracket racing. Does give you a good opportunity. Let's try and watch the front end of both cars. Whichever one makes a move first, he's got the starting line advantage. So long as we don't see any red lights. Just 2 thou separate them. It is Jason Pad with the win light on. Double breakout. Pad was just about perfect number-wise. under his 447 prediction by just 4/10,000ths. Dalton under by 10,000. So Jason Pad going around number 3. Mike Barron and Carson Campbell now. Carson Campbell out of Olympia, Washington. In the right lane, dialed 461. Mike Barron over here, Tower side. Out of Edmonton, Alberta, dialed 434. Hey, here's some good news for no box racers. No box racers, if you would like to run the shootout tonight, there is a spot available. Dan Golby is going to sell his spot. So $500 will get you entered into the no box shootout. If you don't know who Dan Golby is, just come see us in the tower or go to the T&T Motorsports trailer. We'll get you hooked up. So once again, no box racers, listen up. If you were hoping to run the shootout but found yourself on the outside, there is a spot available. Kurt Gross and Kaylee Morton now. Kaylee Morton in the right lane, dialed 459. The Gross family dragster over here, tower side. Kurt Gross behind the wheel, dialed 480. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. No box single entries. No box single entries. This is your call to the lanes. No box single entries. Listen closely. We'll take you to 1 and 2. No box single entries. Bring them down to lanes 1 and 2. One more time. No box single entries. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Kaylee Morton with the win. She was trip zip. And at the finish line, taking trip zip. Wow. Nice run. Kurt Gross was on the number. 80 with an 8 on the 480 dial. But he was 13 on the tree and in trouble. Stephanie Nass and Brady White. Brady White turns it red by 11. Stephanie Nass racing towards her own win light. So no box single entries. We have made the call for you. No box single entries. We're looking for you guys in lanes 1 and 2. While we got a little bit of quiet time, we'll take a moment and acknowledge those who help us make these events possible. Way up at the top of the list that for this weekend is Rad Torque Systems. Rad, the world leader in torque technology. Very, very cool stuff. Rad, a huge supporter of not only the Classic Series, but all over Mission Raceway Division 6 and beyond that, right up to the top in the pro ranks. Of course, we've got the Rad Pro Stock entry, driven by Dallas Glenn. A Tristan Plumbing on board presenting this weekend's event. The Lower Mainland's plumbing and heating leader. Artex Racing will be bringing us tonight's $20,000 to win Top Bulb Shootout. Big shout out to John DeYoung and family. Pathmaker Service Company, presenting sponsor of our No Box Shootout. $7,500 to win off the bottom bulb. That'll be taking place tonight following the main event. How about Pro One Safety Canada? Pro One Safety, the industry leader in safety equipment and presenters of our Champions Club jackets for all shootout winners at the Classics since its inception. This is Bracket Racing Elite, the choice of champions. If you want to improve your on-track performance, check out This is Bracket Racing Elite and be mentored by multiple-time world champion and big buck race winner Luke Bukaki and Justin Lamb. Hey, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Dan Golby. Dan Golby, we need you to the Diva desk, please. Dan Golby. If you could please make your way to the T&T Motorsports trailer. Hoosier Tire, the premier choice for drag racing and street tires. Royal Projects, Inc. Big or small, they do it all. Pickers of all sizes and custom camp construction projects. Owned by racer James Rutherford, with a new branch now open in Kelowna. And Competitive Suspension, one of the best in high performance and basic application drag racing shocks. How about CSN LJ Auto Body? The Edmonton area's leading body shop. From custom work to fixing fender benders, you can rely on Vince and the gang at CSN LJ for all your paint and body work needs. JS Power Sports, the Lower Mainland's horsepower headquarters. From side-by-sides to pro mods, Jay and the crew can do it all. Let's not forget the Mona LaHaye Group, Remax Elite, Edmonton's experts in real estate. Moving down the list, we have George's Classic and Custom Auto. George LeBlanc, located in the Creston area. Your custom car and restoration expert. So, looks like we got race cars in the water box. Here we go, round number 3 of No Box. First pair up at the starting line, Andy Klosky and Ryan Johnson. Klosky in the TCS lane. Behind the wheel of the strip teaser is 65 Chevelle. Ryan Johnson wheeling the Corvette in the Lordco lane. Johnson turns it red by just 5 thousandths. Andy Klosky moving on to round number 4. Now Craig Johnson and Jim Benke. Hey, didn't we just see this? Benke, right-hand lane behind the wheel of the Scamp, dialed 971. Craig Johnson, TCS side of the racetrack, dialed 731. Almost 2.5 seconds separated by the dials. Scamp out in front. Can it stay there? Well, yeah, it stayed there, but in doing so, under the dial. Jim Benke taking the stripe by 34 to be under by 22 thousandths. Craig Johnson with a 27 thousandths starting line advantage. Moves on to round number 4. Here comes the next pair. Brad Burton and Dennis Winton. Brad Burton. Tower side of the racetrack behind the wheel of his Pontiac Firebird. D stock automatic. Maybe take note of the car number. Brad Burton runs a single-digit car number. Now, why is that, you ask? Well, in NHRA stock eliminator competition, as well as other classes, if you're top 10 worldwide, you get to run a single digit the next year. Box Dragster doubles, your time is up. Box Dragster doubles, your time is up. You need to be in the lanes now. So Brad Burton gets around Dennis Winton. Picked up 40 thou on the starting line. And now we're back to boxcars, dragsters to be specific. Couple of local guys facing off. Here in round number 2, Jan Christensen and Dan Provo. Dan Provo just recently picking up a little sponsorship from Rad Torque Systems. Provo, 24 up front and dead 5 at the finish line. Jan Christensen was dead 0 at the finish line, but did not get the win light. Gave up 12 thou on the starting line. So Dan Provo, having 12 thou to work with, took 6 thou at the stripe to guarantee himself the win light. Now Ryan O'Connor and Don Sefton. Ryan O'Connor in the right lane. For Floors with Flair, Eberts Brothers Racing, and Davis Trucking. Ryan O'Connor will get the tiniest of handicaps on the start line. Ryan O'Connor in with a 452 dial. Sefton dialed 1 hun quicker at 451. Don Sefton for Truck Town. Sefton with a 16 green light. Ryan O'Connor turns it red by 36 thou. Sefton 52 with a 0 on the 51 dial. Exactly 1 hun above. So time is running out to get yourself entered in the second chance race. Almost out of time. This will start after the third round of competition, and we are nearing the end of the third round of competition. If you want to get in on some second chance action today, highly recommend you make your way over to the T&T Motorsports trailer and get yourself on the list. Once again, time is running out to get yourself entered in the second chance race. Couple more dragsters got the burnouts done. Carson Campbell and Kaylee Morton. Carson Campbell in the left lane, dialed 461. Will get the go-ahead 2/100ths of a second before Kaylee does. Kaylee dialed 459. Campbell with the starting line advantage and the win light. 12th thou reaction time. Then 14 above. Kaylee Morton was 61 on the tree and in lots of trouble. A virtually unfixable situation. So Carson Campbell gets through. And we'll see if Mark Campbell gets through. Got to get around Dalton Giroux. Dalton in the left lane, dialed 446. In the CSN LJ Auto Body Dragster. Campbell in the right lane, dialed 454 in the Pioneer Builder Supply Dragster. Dalton Giroux with the win light on. So just a Now Brady White and Kevin Shearer. Brady White dialed 488 in the left lane. Shearer predicts 447 in the right lane. Shearer's your winner. To the stripe first by just 1,000th of a second. Shearer had the starting line advantage. 0-12 to 24. With a 12th thou advantage on the starting line, if he takes the stripe by 12 or less, the math says he's going to get the win late. He took the stripe by 1. No problem.
Johnny, we'll take our box door car singles.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Box door car single entries. Box door car single entries. Come on down to lanes 3 and 4. Box door car single entries to 3 and 4. Just a general reminder to everybody on the property. Insurance regulations stipulate that no one under the age of 16 is allowed to be operating anything that has wheels. To put it very simply. Also want to remind you, the merch table is open. Located behind the staging lanes. Go check out the merch. Some new items for 2023. Again, we are taking entries for today's second chance race. Andrew Toflin and Daryl Tippy out there now. Daryl Tippy to the stripe first by 39 thou to find himself 21 thou under. Toflin moving on to round number 2. Or I mean, to round number 4. Unless we're going backwards. Is that how it works? No, I don't think so. Next pair now looks like this. Ryan Johnson and Bob Bailey. Ryan Johnson in the left lane, Bob Bailey in the right. Hey, listen up out there. Box door car double. Box door car double entry. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. Box door car double entry. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. So Bob Bailey goes trip zip in dead 9. How about that? Ryan Johnson was solid on the starting line, but a 20 light. But it's Bob Bailey moving on with a 9 thousandths package. Dylan Scott on the single. 651 the prediction, 651 the number up on the scoreboard. Safety out there, going to do just a little surface maintenance. Give things a little drag. Before we continue on, here in round number 3. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Box dragsters, box dragsters. This is your call to the staging lanes. We'll take doubles in 1 and 2 and singles in 3 and 4. Box dragsters, bring them down to the lanes. Doubles in 1 and 2, singles in 3 and 4. So we have made the call for box dragsters to the lanes. We'll take our doubles in lanes 1 and 2 and our singles to 3 and 4. Adam DeYoung turns the win light on. 541 with a 7 on the 540 dial. Had a 16,000 starting line advantage and put it to good use. Now Scott Robinson and Jason Pad. Jason Pad's in the right lane, in the little Chevy Love pickup truck. Scott Robinson tower side for Rad Torque Systems. In the Beretta, dialed 493. So just shy of 1 second separates them by the dials. It's Pad to the stripe first by 33 thou, but under his dial by 4 thou. Scott Robinson moving on. He's 2 above. Now a couple of mission regulars, Andy Hatton and Martin Rochelle. Rochelle in the right lane behind the wheel of his Malibu, dialed 641. Hatton with the starting line advantage and turns the win light on. He was 10 up front and dead 6 to be 16 total. Rochelle crosses the stripe second and is under by 2 thou. So still plenty of room in the second chance race if you find yourself outside of competition. There's a way to get back in. Here's how it works. We will start second chance competition following round 3 of the main event. Head on over to the T&T Motorsports trailer. Get yourself entered. It's $100 to enter, by the way. And at that point, we will start fitting in the second chance cars. We'll kind of use them as filler. When we do have our main event cars in the lanes and ready to go, we will switch back over to them, even though that might be mid-round. The idea we'll fill some dead time with the second chance race. It's like a win-win for everybody. And speaking of second chance competition, we'll make the call now for no box second chance. No box second chance. Start making your way to lane number 5. Once again, no box second chance. This is your call to the lanes. No box second chance. Come on down to lane number 5. So as I was saying, get yourself entered in the second chance race. Head on over to the T&T Motorsports trailer. While you're there, may as well pick up a couple of tickets for the Spring Fling entry raffle. Just $20 will get you in on that deal.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
Dalton Giroux and Carson Campbell. Couple of silver dragsters. Or gray, take your pick. Well, maybe one's a little more gray than silver than the other one is, but close enough. Dalton Giroux, tower side of the racetrack, dialed 446. Carson Campbell, spectator side of the racetrack, dialed 461. Attention in the pits. Dragster single entries. We need you in lanes 3 and 4. Dragster single entries. This is your call to lanes 3 and 4. One more time. Dragster single entries. This is your call to the lanes. Dragster single entries to lanes 3 and 4. Dalton with the win light. Taking 3 thou at the stripe to be one above. Had a 3,000 starting line advantage, which essentially means if he takes 3 thou or less at the finish line, he's going to be guaranteed the win. The math simply will not have it any other way. That's exactly what he did. 3 thou at the stripe. Now Braden Auchetois will take on Eric Goulden. Goulden in the right lane with the starting line advantage and the win light. Goulden was 5 thou on the starting line. Braden Auchetois was 35. Goulden takes 9 at the stripe, coming back. Now Don Sefton and Dan Provo. Sefton, tower side for Trucktown. Dan Provo, spectator side for Rad Torque Systems. 452 and a 431. Don Sefton gets to the top end first by 32 thou to find himself under the dial by 4 thou. It's Dan Provo moving on. Provo 32 with a 0 on the 31 dial. Next pair getting set to go. Dave Senio and Kaylee Morton. Senio in the left lane, dialed 462. Kaylee Morton should be leaving 0.03 of a second behind with a 459. Senio, 002 and dead 8, 10 thou total. Kaylee Morton with a 15 light. Crossing second under by 6 thousandths. Now Eddie Plaisir and Dustin Martin. Dustin Martin in the right lane, in now with his second entry. Eddie Plaisir tower side. In a stunning 56 Chevrolet. Plaisir lets go on time with a 10 light. 2 above, taking 14 at the stripe. Jason Pad for Automax over there in the right-hand lane. Dialed 447. Stephanie Nass from Canby, Oregon. As I was saying, Stephanie Nass, tower side, dialed in at 489. Just 3 thou difference in reaction times at the finish line. It is Stephanie Nass moving on. 490 with a 0 on the 489 dial. It was Stephanie to the finish line first by just 7 thousandths of a second. We'll now make the call for our box second chance competitors. Box second chance competitors. Start making your way down to lane number 5, please. Box second chance competitors. This is your call to the staging lanes. Box second chance will take you in lane 5. So we have made the call for all of our second chance competitors. So nearing the completion of round 3. Upon the completion of said round, we'll move right into round number 1 of our second chance race. And as I said earlier, we'll just kind of use the second chance competition as filler. So a big shout out and welcome to the race fans on the property as well as those logged in and watching online. Thanks for spending some time with us. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box. Come on down to round number, or come on down to round number. Come on down to lanes number 1 and 2. No box, round number 4. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. One more time, no box. Round number 4. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Final pair of round 3. Carson Campbell, Kevin Shearer. Carson Campbell, left side of the racetrack. TCS lane dialed in at 462. Kevin Shearer. Right side of the racetrack, dialed 448. Campbell with the starting line advantage and the win. Dead 9 on the 462 dial, 27 total with an 18 light. Shearer, 36. and one above. 25 thou behind at the start or at the finish line. So we've got our first pair of second chance cars in the water box. Just doing a quick little look-see at the track surface. First pair in second chance. Dustin Ward and Amber Rutherford. Couple of red cars. Dustin Ward in with a 633. Amber Rutherford in with a 594. Amber turns it red by 20 thou. Dustin Ward, your automatic winner. Just for good measure, he goes 33 with a 9 on the 33 dial. So just a little explanation to you fans in the stands, just in case you don't know what we're watching right now. Essentially, it's this. It's called a second chance race, and it's exactly that. Gives you a second chance. If after 3 rounds of competition, you found yourself out of competition, here's another option to go do some more racing today. So it does not in any way, shape, or form put you back into competition in the main event. It's its own separate race. Dan Golby and Richard Love, and it's Dan Golby with the win light on. 680 on the 676 dial, good enough. Now Ken Tolsdorf and Steve Baskerville. Steve Baskerville, the little Volkswagen Golf. All-wheel drive. Works pretty good, that thing. Dialed in at 740. Tolsdorf in his 69 Dart Tower Side, dialed in at 613. Ken Tolsdorf with the starting line advantage and the win light. Baskerville actually taking the stripe by 13 thou, but he's under by 4 hun. So I believe this guy's name is Greg Palmer in the left lane. My apologies, but I've got to rely on my memory for this second chance competition because I don't get names on my screen. And let me tell you, anytime you got to rely on my memory, that's not a good place to be. I'm thinking Jim Benke's in a good place. Had 60 thousandths advantage. After they left the starting line, Jim Benke is off to round number 2 in second chance competition. Takes 20 at the stripe to be 6 above. Now Kevin McNichol and James Rutherford. McNichol, tower side. Had himself a little oops this morning. But hey, good thing for the second chance race. He gets to go racing. James Rutherford in the orange Ford. Spectator side of the racetrack. Nobody's winning this on a hole shot. Both drivers go 19 on the tree. James Rutherford gets to the stripe first by just 5 1/1000ths of a second. One above is 477 dial. Moving on to round number 2. Now Kelsey Dufresne and Ed Vanderkoy. Vanderkoy, tower side of the racetrack, dialed in 468 behind the wheel of the Spider Electric Dragster. Couple of green lights. Vanderkoy with the win light. Was Dufresne to the stripe first by 6 thou. Puts himself under by 4 thou. And now we break back into main event competition. Round number 4, first pair on the starting line. Craig Johnson and Andrew Toflin. Toflin in the Camaro, right-hand lane, dialed 651. There goes Craig Johnson. Oh man, 2 red lights. Toflin was 11 red. Craig Johnson was 13 thou red. So Toflin with the win light. Next pair, Andy Klosky and Dylan Scott. Dylan Scott, right lane behind the wheel of his 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle. Dials 652. Andy Klosky in the strip teaser. Tower side of the racetrack, dialed 612. Andy Klosky left on time, 008 on the tree. Takes 15 at the stripe to be almost 4 above. Andy Klosky moving on to round number 5. Brad Burton and Bobby Bailey. 5 thou separate them reaction time wise. At the finish line, it's Bad Brad moving on. Bob Bailey to the stripe first by 43 thou to be under by 1 thou. Oh man. Burton up there says, okay, you want the stripe that bad? Here you go. I'll gift wrap it for you. So that puts the quarterfinal round, or round number 4, for no box in the books. We were down to just 6 cars. We'll have 3 coming back. And with that, we'll jump back into some second chance competition. Couple of dragsters. 472, the dial in the right lane. Dwayne Ringeth over here in the left lane dialed 446. Well, that was kind of ugly. Right lane got the win. Cut a 140 light. Not sure what happened to Dwayne, whether, well, I'm not even going to speculate. Let's just say that that did not go as planned. Attention in the pits. Box door cars to lanes 1 and 2. Box door cars for round 4 to lanes 1 and 2. One more time, we need box door cars to lanes 1 and 2 for round number 4. Jay Severston and Jan Christensen. Severston in the pickup truck. It's actually dialed quicker than the dragster. Jan Christensen in the dragster right lane dialed 504. Check this out. Oh, man. Jay Severston killed the tree with a 006 light. Jan was 41 and, well, a little bit vulnerable. Jay runs out of power and is off the gas by 330 feet. Jan Christensen moving on. Kurt Gross and Ryan O'Connor. O'Connor in the right lane, Gross in the left. Gross turns it red by 5 thou. Ryan O'Connor moving on to round 2 of second chance. O'Connor 14 on the tree, then dead 0 on the 452 dial. Kelly Shearer and Frankie Ward. Frankie in the Camaro. Kelly in the S10. Couple of green lights. Let's see who turns the wind light on. It's Frankie Ward. Frankie picks up 16 thou on the starting line, puts it to good use. Takes the stripe by 21 to be exactly 1 above the 575 dial. Kelly Shearer was 22 up front and almost 2 above, but technically 1 above at the finish. Now Brady White and Kaylee Morton. Brady White dialed in with a 490. Morton in the right lane dialed 459. Couple of green lights, but somebody's got a 19 thou advantage, and it is your winner. Kaylee Morton, 17 to start off, then dead 8 at the finish line, taking 1 at the stripe. Brady White, 8th thou under and crossing second. Martin Rochelle and Jason Pad. Martin Rochelle in the blue Malibu. Jason Pad in the white Chevy Love pickup truck. 1 thou separate them at the starting line. Jason Pad. 009 dead 4, 13 total. Dan Parsons and Dustin Martin. Dustin Martin in the black Chevelle. Dials 575. Dan Parsons in the blue Duster, dialed 679. Nobody's winning this on a hole shot. Dustin Martin's moving on. How about 12 dead 5, 17 total. Parsons took the stripe by 6 thou to be under by 1 thou. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Box Dragsters, this is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Box Dragsters, this is your call to the staging lanes. Box Dragsters, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Fred Crane, tower side in the little Mustang, dialed 665. Taking on a dragster. Fred was our sit and wait by, what that essentially means. You hang around to the very end, and if it turns out to be an odd number of cars, you get the single. If it doesn't, you race the last guy. And that's what we're seeing right here. Fred Crane, absolutely awesome. Trip zip on the starting line. Taking 27 at the stripe to be 1 above. So that puts round number 1 of second chance competition in the books. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Very important announcement. So anyone entered in a shootout, whether that be the bottom bulb shootout or the top bulb shootout, just to avoid any confusion later on in the day, we would very much appreciate you making your way to the T&T Motorsports and just confirming your entry. So once again, if you are entered in either of the shootouts, we would appreciate you coming to the T&T Motorsports trailer and just confirming 100% that you will be partaking in the shootout. So safety out there, just giving the track a little drag. I think they are just about done. We should see the next pair rolling around the corner momentarily. We got cars in the water box. Round 4, main event action. Eddie Plaisir and Scott Robinson. Plaisir, left side of the racetrack, dialed 569 in the 56 Chevrolet. Scott Robinson dials 496 in the Beretta. Plaisir goes red by 5 thou. Scotty Robinson on a freebie. Runs it out, goes dead one. We'll make the call now for no box. No box. There should be 3 of you left. We'll take you to lanes 1 and 2. No box. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. No box. We'll make a call for no box second chancers as well to lane number 5. So no box round 5 to lanes 1 and 2. No box second chance to lane number 5. Andy Hatton gets around Adam DeYoung. Adam with the starting line advantage at the finish line takes 59 to be 9 thou under. Andy Hatton moving on to round number 5. Now it'll be Dalton Giroux and Dan Provo. Dalton Giroux, tower side of the racetrack. Dialed 446. He's going to leave first. Dan Provo over in the right lane for Rad Torque Systems, along with JS Power Sports. Dialed 432. Provo turns it red by 12th thou. That is going to put Dalton Giroux into round number 5. Giroux 447 on the 446. Carson Campbell and Eric Goulden now. Carson, tower side. Dialed 462. He'll get a 4/100ths of a second starting line handicap as Eric Goulden is in with a 458. Thou separate him back here at the starting line. Win light is on for Carson Campbell. Had the starting line advantage. One above at the finish line, 30 total. Now Dave Senio and Stephanie Nass. Dave Senio dialed 462. Over here, tower side of the racetrack. Stephanie Nass, spectator side of the racetrack, or Lordco lane, dialed 491. 6th thou separate them back here at the starting line. Stephanie Nass with the starting line advantage. And dead 2 at the finish line, taking 2 thou. Senio was 25 up front and dead 0. Not good enough. Stephanie Nass moving on to round number 5. So the call has been made for no box. Round 5 competitors to lanes 1 and 2. There should be 3 of you left. We've also called no box second chance competitors to lane number 5. We'll make another call for second chance no box competitors to lane number 5. Second chance no box. We need you in lane number 5. So down to just 3 cars in no box main event competition. And here's 2 of them. Brad Burton and Andrew Toflin. Toflin in the Camaro, right-hand lane, dialed 652. Brad Burton behind the wheel of 72 Firebird, dialed 666. Pre-stage bulbs are lit. Toflin in now, Burton. Here we go. I'm thinking that this is not looking good for Andrew Toflin. Brad Burton, 21 on the tree. Andrew's lights started with a 1. Andy Klosky is going to the split round. We'll now make the call for box second chance racers. Box second chance. This is your call to lane number 5. So as I was saying, Andy Klosky has made the split round. Well, for the benefit of the fans in the stands who may not be fully aware of the program we run here today, essentially we run 2 classes for most of the day. But ultimately, at the end of the day, there really only is 1 class, 1 payout for this race. So we start off with no box and box. We run no box down to just 2 cars. We run box down to 6 cars or less. We then combine the remainder of those 2 classes for what would be the round of 8. Whether or not there's actually 8 cars in it, we'll call it the round of 8.
Whatever you want, John. Whatever you want.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
with the live feed.
Little Ford Ranger, the Vanishing One stunt team.
And the wind light association here looking for that outside line.
We are going to ramp it up big time from here.
Spectrum Pro competition. A beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Sure, the replay provided by Valley Tech Production.
This is just the beginning, folks. So back in second chance competition, looks like we've got Jason Pat and Jan Christensen. Christensen in his dragster, dialed 504 in the right lane. Pat dials the Chevy Love pickup truck at 591. Jason Pads, your winner. Goes dead 2 on the 591 dial, 18 total. Now Ed Vanderkoy and James Rutherford. James Rutherford in the Ford Probe, right-hand lane. Just to be very clear, Ford powered. Rutherford dialed 478. He'll leave first. Vanderkoy in the Spider Electric Dragster dialed 469. Vanderkoy turns the wind light on. 70 with a 1 on the 69 dial. He was 008 to start things off. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Anyone remaining in the main event, this is your call to the lanes. So box, no box, doesn't matter. If you're still in the main event, we are down to the split round, and this is your call to the staging lanes. So back to second chance competition. Kaylee Morton, Frankie Ward. Frankie in the Camaro, Kaylee in the Dragster. Double 01 red for Kaylee Morton. Frankie Ward moves on. 25 on the tree, dead 6 on the 75 dial through the finish line. Now Ryan O'Connor and Dustin Martin. Dustin Martin in the Honest Performance Chevelle. Right-hand lane dialed 574. ROC in at 451. $13 red for ROC, Dustin Martin. Moves on. So it looks like just one more pair to complete this round of second chance action. Fred Crane in his little Mustang going to take on the Dragster in the right-hand lane. Fred Crane dialed 665. Dragster almost 2 seconds quicker at 473. Dragster moves on. Fred Crane turns it red by 43. So safety going to go out there, give the track a little rub. Make sure that it's all that it can be. We'll resume the on-track action shortly. So we've got a few more award winners. We need you to make your way to the T&T Motorsports trailer. We'll take a picture of your beautiful mug, put it on Facebook. You'll be famous. Dennis Winton, Dylan Scott, and Steve Baskerville. Dennis Winton, Dylan Scott, and Steve Baskerville. Could you please make your way over to the T&T Motorsports trailer at your earliest convenience? Those names one more time: Dennis Winton, Dylan Scott, and Steve Baskerville. So here we are, our quarterfinal event. Quarterfinal action in our main event. Said it and it just didn't sound right. I needed a second to figure it out. Brad Burton and Andy Hatton. So here we go. First pairing of our quarterfinal round, and as the ladder dictates, our two finalists from the no-box side wind up getting each other on the ladder. So this is kind of like our no-box final. Andy Hatton turns it red by 8 thou. What did I say, Andy Hatton? Yeah, no, wrong Andy. Andy Hatton's up now, so I was pretty close. Andy Klosky turns it red by 8 thou. Burton, 0.28 on the reaction time. Saw his wind light on, ran it out. Went 62 on the 65. So now we have Andy Hatton on the starting line. Over there in the right lane, behind the wheel of the Grinch. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. No box, second chance. No box, second chance. This is your call to lane number 5. No box, second chance. Come on down to lane number 5. Andy Hatton gets it done, wins a double breakout by, get this, 1/10,000th of a second. Both drivers go 5,000 under. Only when we look at the fourth digit, Dalton was 0051 under. Andy Hatton was 0050 under. Now Carson Campbell and Scott Robinson. Scott Robinson for Rad Torque, along with AFD Petroleum, Postma Farms, and JS Power Sports. Dials the Beretta in at 495. Carson Campbell will be working on a dial of 462. Carson Campbell turns the wind light on, 15 up front, 1 above at the finish line, and moving on. Now Stephanie Nass with a single. Box, second chance. Box, second chance. This is your call to lane number 5. Box, second chance. Come on down to lane number 5. No box, you should already be there. So if you're still in second chance competition, we need you in lane number 5. Stephanie 006 to start things off, then 490 with a 7 on the 490 dial. How about 13 total? Nice. So this day's just moving right along. Down to the semifinals in the main event. Making our way through the second chance race. Still got our shootouts coming up tonight. Speaking of which, there is openings in the box shootout. You can still get in on this deal. 20 grand to win. Okay, never mind that. All right, I'll correct myself. So the shootout spots are full. There is potentially a spot in the no box shootout. What we're really looking for, though, is some info. Lorenz Schwartz is listed as one of the 16 in no box. However, he's not on the property. So if anybody knows what's going on with Lorenz Schwartz, whether he will be running, won't be running, whether he wants to sell his spot, whatever's happening, if you could head either to the T&T Motorsports tower or trailer or the tower up here, maybe better yet, go see Travis. If anybody's got any info on Lorenz Schwartz and his intentions regarding his no box shootout entry, we would very much appreciate an update. Now this is a pretty cool pair. If you're Dustin Ward, do you dare win this race? After all, it's your wife over there in the other lane. I'm thinking it's time to turn it red, buddy. Well, Frankie didn't do herself any favors on the starting line. 196 on the tree. Probably got distracted by that good-looking guy in the left lane. Dustin Warren, 50 up front, 636 on the 34 dial. Good enough. Ed Vanderkoy, tower side in the dragster. Going to take on his fellow Albertan, Jason Pad. Pad in the Chevy Love. Now you may be looking at that thing and thinking, hey, that's like a little Datsun from the early 70s, but in fact, it is not. Jason Pad, right lane, dial 590. There he goes. Oh, man. Another one of those trip zip red lights. Vanderkoy turns it red by 8/10 thousandths. Pad was going to be tough. 007 up front. All out. He goes 89 with a 4 on the 590 dial. Dan Golby up now. Golby with a single, right side of the racetrack. 677 the prediction. Gets away with a 32 light at the finish line. Predicted 677, goes 677 with a 1. Now Mark Bold and Dustin Martin. Mark Bold, tower side in the dragster. Dustin Martin will be behind the wheel. The Honest Performance 67 Chevelle over there in the right lane. Dustin Martin turns on the win light. Martin with the starting line advantage. Takes the stripe by 8 thou to be under by 3 thou. Mark Bolt a little further under at 6 thou under the dial. So that puts another round of second chance competition in the books. I believe we'll be down to 4 cars in that now. So semifinals and second chance, and semifinals in main event competition. Speaking of which, time is up. Semifinalists, main event semifinalists, we need you back to the staging lanes. Main event semifinalists, we need you back to the staging lanes. Your time is up. So one more time, main event semifinal round, we need you to the staging lanes, please. Hey, listen up, everybody. Got a list of names I'm going to read off. If you hear your name, that means we've got an award waiting for you here at the T&T Motorsports trailer. So as soon as you reasonably can get down here, we would very much appreciate you doing that. Dave Senio, Kurt Gross, Dennis Winton, Kevin Shearer, and Steve Baskerville. If I was to take a wild guess, I'm thinking Steve Baskerville no longer on the property, so we'll have to catch up to him tomorrow. But I'll go through that list one more time. Dave Senio, Kurt Gross, Dennis Winton, Kevin Shearer, and Steve Baskerville. Please come on down to the T&T Motorsports trailer. So here's a little update on shootout spots. There is one spot available for tonight's no box shootout. One spot available for tonight's no box shootout. Head on over to the T&T trailer if you want to get in on that. $500 to race for $7,500. Just 16 cars, 4 rounds. Again, one spot open for the no box shootout. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Second chance semifinalists. We need you back. Second chance semifinalists. Come on back. Second chance semifinalists. We need you back to the staging lanes. Main event, semi-final round. Here we go. First pair. Looks like this. Carson Campbell and Brad Burton. Brad Burton, the Red Firebird, in the Lordco lane, dialed in at 662. Carson Campbell, TCS side of the racetrack, 461. Oh, man. A lot of zeros in this reaction timeline. Burton was trip zip with a 1. Carson Campbell turns it red by 1 thou. Man, that's a couple of guys going for it on the starting line. Burton doing 99 miles an hour off the gas, I'm guessing. 663, the number up on the reader board. Although he might have run that out. Hey folks, listen up. Whether you're a part of the shootouts or whether you're not a part of the shootouts, you can become a part of the shootouts by buying in on the Calcutta. So Andy Hatton gets around Stephanie Nass. Nass had the starting line advantage by 4 thou with her 15 light. At the finish line, she's under by 6 thou, taking 13 at the stripe. Andy Hatton will be in the final against Brad Burton. An all-door car final. In our $7,500 to win main event Saturday. So as I was just starting to say, you can get in. You can be a part of tonight's shootouts by purchasing a Calcutta ticket. So a top bulb ticket will cost you $40. A bottom bulb ticket will cost you $20. If you're not familiar with how this works, it's pretty simple. We've got 32 cars in our top bulb shootout. We put 32 names in a hat. You hand over $40. You pick a name out of the hat. And that's who you're rooting for. $20 will get you in the bottom bulb Calcutta. Works the same way. We take the 16 names, put them in a hat. You hand over a $20 bill. We let you pick a name, and that's who you're rooting for. With all the cash going to the winner. So I'll go through that list of award winners one more time. I saw Dave Senio down there, so we can take his name off the list. We're still looking for Kurt Gross, Dennis Winton, Kevin Shearer, and Steve Baskerville. And again, there is one spot open in the bottom bulb shootout. One spot remains open in the bottom bulb shootout. Head on over to the T&T Motorsports trailer if you want to get in on that. Second chance semi-final round. Here we go. First pair heating up the tires. Dustin Ward and Dan Golby. Dan Golby in the right lane. Dustin Ward in the left. Dustin Ward, 635. Dan Golby be leaving first, dialed 677. Golby turns it red. Dustin Ward is going to the final round. Ward on a freebie goes 632 on the 635 dial. He was 16 to start things off. Well, that sets up half of our final. Now the other half of our semi-final round in second chance action. Dustin Martin and Jason Pad. Jason Pad, the little pick-me-up truck, dials 590. Dustin Martin in the Chevelle dials 574. Goes red by 6 thou. Dustin Martin was a tardy 183. So just a little reminder to everybody involved in the shootouts tonight, once we get going, if your round does not go your way, you're invited to pay a little visit to the Losers Lounge. It'll be out by the 8th mile mark, and feel free to enjoy a beverage courtesy of T&T Motorsports. So once again, the Losers Lounge will be at the 8th mile finish line, pit side of the track. You are invited to come have a beverage on T&T. Also, get in on the Calcutta. How do you do that? You head on over to the T&T Motorsports trailer. $20 will get you in on the bottom bulb shootout. $40 will get you in on the top bulb shootout. All right, 10 minutes is up. Main event finalists. This is your call back to the staging lanes. Main event finalists, come on back. Once again, main event finalists, this is your call back to the staging lanes. Once again, Calcutta tickets available at the T&T Motorsports trailer. So we're going to try this one more time. There is one open spot in tonight's no box shootout. So if anybody wants it, go see Travis immediately. Final round of today's 7,500 to win main event. Big shout out to Rad Torque Systems and A. Tristan Plumbing, along with all the supporters of the Classic event, specifically this one, the West Coast Classic. Couple of door cars. It is Canada versus USA. Andy Hatton, tower side, dialed in at 526. And Brad Burton from just across the line in Washington in the red Firebird, dialed 662. 4 bulbs lit, here we go. Burton was awesome, 005. Andy Hatton was, well, way less than awesome. Brad Burton, with a whole bunch of room to work with up there at the stripe. Heard a bunch of womp womp. He still took over 0.2 of a second at the stripe, but was well safe on the 662 dial with a 664. So that completes today's main event. Coming up, it's going to be the shootouts. So what'll take place next is a little bit of surface preparation and maintenance, and then we will be making the call for the no box shootout time trial. And with that, I believe I'm going to be partaking, so I'm going to go get ready.
I'm not muted here. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are going to get into our time trials for the shootouts in approximately 20 minutes. In about 20 minutes, we will start our time hit, starting with the 16 car, followed by the 32 car. We're just doing a little bit of track prep right now, just about finishing it up, and then we will get into the time hits and keep alternating shootouts until we are finished. So we will be on track in approximately 20 minutes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We will go ahead and make this first call for our 16 cars in the no box shootout for your time run. Once again, first call, 16 car, Pathmaker Services, no box, 7,500 to win shootout. Come on down for your time hit.
So here we go with the time trial. For the no box shootout competitors, Amber Rutherford up first, single down the left side, 10 on the tree, 596 through the top. Now Bobby Bailey and Dennis Winton. Bailey 59 on the tree. Winton turns it 21 red. Well, good for Dennis. You want to get that out of your system in time trials. That'll bring up Greg Palmer and Andrew Toftland. Attention in the pits. Boxcar shootout competitors. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Box shootout competitors, come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Andrew Toftland. Awesome on the starting line. 008. Greg Palmer turns it red by 22 thou. Fred Crane and Daryl Tippy. Fred Crane, tower side in the little blue Mustang. Daryl Tippy, his little 62 Nova. Tippy with a nice 003 light. Fred Crane turns it red by 41. Tippy to the top end with a 682. Dylan Scott and Ryan Johnson. Scott in the Chevelle, Johnson in the Corvette. Well, neither driver is stellar on the starting line. Ryan Johnson, 073. Dylan Scott, 121. Ryan Johnson, 531 with an 8, 132 miles an hour through the top. 647 for Dylan Scott. Now Craig Johnson and Dustin Hunter. Dustin Hunter, spectator side behind the wheel of the Falcon. Craig Johnson in his very familiar Oldsmobile. Car makes a lot of passes down this strip. Dustin Hunter, 001. Craig Johnson turns it red by just 2 thousandths. So making our way through this rounded time trials for the Pathmaker No Box Shootout. All part of the West Coast Classic. Couple of nice 00 lights. Andy Klosky, 008. Ken Tolsdorf, 004, but on the red side. So again, big shout out to the Hoffus family, Pathmaker Service Company, presenting sponsor for tonight's No Box Shootout. Very grateful for their support. Dustin Ward and Mark Fall, a couple of Washingtonians. Fall turns it red by 4 thou. Dustin Ward with a 34 light. The top end, it's Ward there first with a 648. Mark Fall goes 683.
How many cards you got in the lights?
So we have made the call for our box shootout competitors. Box shootout competitors, we have called you to lanes 1 and 2. So there was our first pair in the one and only round at time trials for the Artex Racing box shootout. Dave Senio with an 014 initiated 461, and George LeBlanc goes 31 on the tree, then 558 through the top. So big shout out to our presenting sponsors for tonight's shootout. We've got the Hoffus family and Pathmaker Service Company bringing us the no box shootout, and John DeYoung and family and Artex Racing bringing us the top bulb shootout or box shootout. Speaking of the DeYoung family, we've got Adam up on the starting line right now. Adam DeYoung in the right lane. Lines up with Dwayne Ringeth. 003 lights, both sides of the racetrack. Ringeth goes through with a 444. Adam DeYoung, 540. Now Dalton Giroux and Jan Christensen. Jan Christensen in the right lane. And Dalton Giroux over here, tower side. Giroux, let's go on time, 007, then 447 through the top. Jan Christensen had a 504 on his reader board and ran 504 with a 3. Now Kevin Shearer and Dan Golby. Dan Golby in the little Mustang. TCS lane. Kevin Shearer in the, I was going to call it a black dragster, but kind of looks dark gray right now. Shearer's better off the starting line, 017, 045 to the stripe, well ahead with a 449 versus Golby's 675. Next pair now, Carson Campbell, John DeYoung. John DeYoung in the Firebird. Spectator side of the racetrack. This is one wicked car. Is it a Camaro? Oh. Yes, you are right now that I'm picturing the front of it, but he did have a Firebird for a little while. That wasn't Bond's car a Firebird? Okay. Which he sold to John DeYoung. So, John DeYoung in his Camaro goes 432. Started off with a 26 light. Carson Campbell was 12 on the tree and 462 through the top. Now James Rutherford and Ryan O'Connor. JR and ROC. O'Connor in the dragster, right side of the racetrack. Rutherford 004 to start, 477 through the top. Ryan O'Connor, nice 17 late, then 449. That'll bring up Kelly Shearer and Kevin McNichol. McNichol turns it red by 20. Kelly was awesome over there in the right lane. 002 reaction time, then 699. Now Jason Pad and Braden Ochetois. Ochetois, tower side of the racetrack in the dragster. Jason Pad in the little white pickup truck. Pad's 008, Ochetois 17. Ochetois to the stripe, well ahead, 459. Jason Pad goes 589. Mark Campbell and Kelsey Dufresne. Mark Campbell tower side in the dragster. Dufresne behind the wheel of his Camaro. Campbell turns it 2,000 red. Dufresne is safe with a 41 light. Dufresne goes 529 through the top of the Lordco lane. Mark Campbell cards a 455. Now Ed Vanderkoy and Eric Goulden. Vanderkoy for Spider Electric. Eric Goulden for All Fits Auto. Pair of dragsters this time. One with a wing, one with fenders. .023 red for Vanderkoy, then 468 Eric Goulden. A 12 light, a 458 ET. Martin Rochelle and Brady White. Brady White for the Dirty White Boys. Lordco side of the racetrack in the dragster. White turns it red by 8 thou. Then 489 Rochelle. The 16 to the good, then 643. Now Jay Severston and Dustin Martin. Martin in the Chevelle. Lordco side of the racetrack. Big J over here, tower side, behind the wheel of the Dakota. J, 001. Nice job. Dustin Martin turns it red by 5. Attention in the pits. Pathfinder 16 car no box shootout. This is your call to lanes 1 and 2. Pathfinder no box 16 car shootout. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2. Pathmaker, my apologies. Stephanie Nass and Kurt Gross. 008 and 009. Stephanie Nass leaving first. At the top, Stephanie 491. Kurt Gross there just a little ahead with a 482. Pathmaker Service Company, no box. 16 car shootout. Come on down to lanes 1 and 2, please. Eddie Plaisir and Dan Parsons. Plaisir left side, Parsons right side. Eddie to the stripe first with a 568. Dan Parsons with a 6.7777. Now Don Sefton and Dan Provo. Don Sefton for Trucktown. Dan Provo for Rad Torque Systems. Trip Zip Red for Dan Provo. Well, that's all right. Get away with that stuff. In time trials, good to get it out of your system. 431, the top end numbers for Dan Provo. Don Sefton goes 450. Left with a 007 light. Frankie Ward, left side of the racetrack. Nice solid leave, 018 for Frankie, then 573. That'll bring up Tammy Peugeot for Rad Torque Systems. I heard that Tammy actually knows the guy that owns Rad Torque Systems. Tammy Peugeot, right where she needs to be. Maybe put a couple of numbers in the box. Turned it red by 2,000, then 491 through the top. And I do believe that is going to do it for time trials. What's that? Almost there. So we have made the call for our Pathmaker no box competitors to lanes 1 and 2. I know we got a bunch of them back there. Not sure if everybody's there yet. If you're not there, it's where you need to be. Greg Palmer with the win over Fred Crane. Crane had a, well, let's call it a regrettable light. 134. Greg Palmer was 20. Then goes 47 on the 41 to get the win light. Now Andy Klosky and Dennis Winton. Dennis Winton in the right lane, behind the wheel of the big wagon. Dialed 733. Klosky in the strip teaser. Bosky gets it done. Takes 31 at the stripe to be 2 above. Had 36 thou to play with after they'd left the starting line. Now Ryan Johnson and Brad Burton. So Brad Burton left side dialed 663. Ryan Johnson right side dialed 533. Johnson turns it red by 53 thou. He's done. Brad Burton is off to round number 2. It was 038 on the tree. Saw his win light on, knew he was on a freebie, ran it out, went 62 with a 5 on the 63 dial. Now Amber Rutherford and Dustin Hunter. Amber in the Mustang, Tower Lane, dialed 597. Amber turns it red by 4 thou. Dustin Hunter off to round 2. 578 on the 577 dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Artex Racing 32 car top bulb shootout. This is your call to the lanes. Box shootout competitors, this is your call to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Dustin Ward gets around Andrew Toflin. Toflin turns it red by 8 ten-thousandths of a second. Oh! Artex Racing 32 car box shootout. You have been called to the lanes. Box shootout competitors, we need you in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Craig Johnson and Daryl Tippie. Johnson got the better of him on the starting line and turned on the win light. Johnson might have gotten a little lucky there. I don't think he was trying to give the stripe back by 2 thou. So Tippy to the stripe first, but was under by 2.5 hun. Now Mark Fall and Dylan Scott. Fall in the left lane, Dylan Scott in the right lane, and he's got the win light on. Dylan Scott getting there first by 5 thou. Picked up 39 thousandths on the starting line, took 5 at the stripe. Yep, he's your winner. Now Bob Bailey and Ken Tolsdorf. Couple of A-body Mopars. Tolsdorf in the white dart, left lane, dialed in at 613. Bob Bailey says he's going 688 in the CUDA. Tolsdorf with another 00 red light. He's had a number of those today. Bob Bailey, 26 up front, then 686 on the 688 dial. He was on a freebie. So that puts round 1 of No Box in the books. Big shout out once again to Pathmaker Service Company, our presenting sponsor for tonight's 16-car No Box Shootout. So I do have a little list of names in front of me, which means if you're on my list, we've got an award for you at the T&T Motorsports trailer. We would very much appreciate you at your earliest convenience getting over there and getting that taken care of. So Dennis Winton, Dylan Scott, and Steve Baskerville. If I had to guess, I'm going to say Steve Baskerville, no longer on the property today. Just saw Dylan Scott get through his round, so he's probably going to be busy preparing for round number 2. Dennis Winton, if I remember correctly, he was not successful in round number 1, so he should have plenty of time on his hands to make it over to the T&T Motorsports trailer. Again, the idea being we don't want to wind up at the end of the weekend with a whole bunch of awards and having to deal with that afterwards, so we would very much appreciate that when you do hear your name called, you make the effort to get yourself over to the T&T Motorsports trailer and accept your award. It's not a bad thing. Well, here we go with our Artex Racing 32 car top bulb shootout. First pair rolling into the water. Francesca Ward and Kelly Shearer. Couple of ladies facing off here in round number 1. Kelly Shearer, yesterday's main event winner. Francesca, tower side. In the Camaro, dialed 572. Kelly Shearer in the little S10, dialed 698. Just 1 thou difference on the starting line. At the finish line, it is Frankie Giroux. Kelly Shearer gets there first, but she is well under the dial, 200 under the dial. So Francesca moving on to round number 2. The Artex Racing 32 car top bulb shootout. Now George LeBlanc and Ed Vanderkoy. LeBlanc 559. The prediction in the Malibu. Vanderkoy's got 468. And it's Vanderkoy getting it done. Oh, man. LeBlanc, despite being behind by 21 thou on the starting line, Vanderkoy was 002 to LeBlanc's 023. LeBlanc takes 5 thou at the stripe to be 4 thou under. Vanderkoy 2 above and moving on. Now a couple of dragsters. Dwayne Ringeth, Eric Goulden. Four bulbs lit, here we go. It's Eric Goulden. Takes 24 thou at the stripe to be 1 above. Now Jay Severston and Brady White. Severston, tower side of the racetrack. In the black Dodge Dakota. Dialed 495. Brady White for Dirty White Boys, dialed 489 in the right lane. Brady White wins an all-red affair. Both drivers red. Brady White by 3 thou, Jay by a little more than that. Brady White, just for good measure, runs it out, goes 489 with a 0 on the 489 dial. Now Dan Golby and James Rutherford. Couple of Ford guys. Golby, tower side, dialed 677. James Rutherford, dialed 478. And Rutherford with the wind light on. 481 on the 478 dial, good enough to get it done. Golby also 2 above. Big story was Rutherford, 007 on the tree. Golby, 053. Couple dragsters now. Braden Ochetois, Kevin Shearer, Ochetois, tower side, dialed 459. Shearer, exactly a tenth quicker at 449. Ochetois moving on, 459 with a 2 on the 459 dial. Takes 11 to be dead 2. Both drivers 39 on the tree. Adam DeYoung and Don Sefton now. Adam DeYoung, white Camaro. Lordco side of the racetrack, dialed in at 459. Don Sefton dials 451 in the Trucktown Dragster. Just 4th out, separate him at the starting line. Adam DeYoung moving on. Takes 7th out at the stripe to be 1 above. Adam, 005, Don Sefton, 009. Stephanie Nass now, left side of the racetrack, dialed in at 490. Theoretically, we'll see Stephanie Nass leave 8/100ths of a second ahead of Kurt Gross. Kurt Gross dialed in at 482. '18, 028, the advantage going to Stephanie Nass, and she turns the win light on. How about dead 9 on the 490 dial? Kurt Gross at the stripe first by 2 thou. Kurt Gross under the dial by 2 thou. Fact of the matter is, Stephanie was 27 total and Kurt Gross had a 28 light. It just wasn't going to happen. Now Eddie Plaisir and John DeYoung. A couple of old Dutchmen doing battle here in round number 1. DeYoung in the Camaro dialed 431. Plaisir dials 567 in the 56 Chevy. Just 2 thou separate them back here. Finish line says it's John DeYoung moving on. DeYoung to the stripe first by 12 thou to be 1 above. Plaisir gained 2 thou on the starting line. Is 2 above the 567 dial. No good. Now a couple local guys. Jan Christensen and Martin Rochelle. Jan's got the burnout done in the dragster. He's backing himself up. Martin Rochelle does a little burnout in the Malibu. So it's a 1978 Malibu. As far as I know, it's been a race car since about 1974. Trust me, I'm right on that. Jan Christensen dials 504. Martin Rochelle, 642. So Martin Rochelle takes the stripe by 39 and wins a double breakout. Martin Rochelle under by 0.2 of a second. Jan Christensen under by 0.3 of a second. Carson Campbell and Kelsey Dufresne. Dufresne, the red Camaro. Right side of the racetrack, 5:29 the prediction. Carson Campbell says 462 is what I'm gonna do. Couple of nice lights to start things off. It's Carson Campbell with the win light on. How about a 10 light and dead 5:15 total? Well done. Kelsey Dufresne actually had the starting line advantage. He was 006. Then 30 with a 2 on the 29. 18 total. That ain't bad. Not at all. Was not good enough in this pair. That'll bring up a couple of young guns. Dalton Giroux and Ryan O'Connor. Dalton Giroux, tower side of the racetrack, dialed 447. Giroux goes 10 on the tree, picks up 14 thou and put it to good use. Ryan O'Connor taking the stripe by 6, but in doing so goes under by 23 thou. Giroux also under, but just by 3 thou. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pathmaker no box cars. We need you back to the staging lanes. Pathmaker no box. 16 car shootout cars, we need you back to the staging lanes. It's now an 8-car shootout, but you know. Kevin McNichol sends Dan Parsons into the next round. Don't think Parsons will take a ton of credit for that win with a 50 light. He'll take the win light though, I'll guarantee you that. Parsons, just for good measure, though, did go dead 9 on his 677 dial. Tammy Peugeot up now. Gonna take on Dustin Martin. Dustin Martin in the Honest Performance. 67 Chevelle, dialed in at 573. For Tammy, 491 is the goal. Oh, Tammy, she turned it 2 thou red on her time trial, and here in round 1, turns it 2 thou red again. Oh, man. So Dustin Martin moving on to round number 2. He was very solid with a 14 light and 1 above. Probably a little bit of brakes involved there. Now Mark Campbell and Dan Provo. Dan Provo, right side of the racetrack, dialed in at 431. Mark Campbell dials 455. Mark Campbell moving on. 018 on the tree, 455 with a 9 of the finish line. Advances to round number 2. Dan Provo was one above and behind. Next up, Dave Senio and Jason Pad. Jason Pad in the little Chevy Love pickup truck. Senio gets it done. 2 above, good enough. Taking 36 at the stripe. The real story back at the starting line. Pad uncharacteristically 046. Dave Senio, trip zip. So that'll put round 1 of the Artex Racing 32 car top bulb shootout in the books. We have made the call for our 8 remaining cars in the Pathmaker 16 car no box shootout. You guys should be in the lanes, if not there, on your way.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution.
Here we go, round 2. Pathmaker 16 car no box shootout. Down to 8 cars. First pair up is Craig Johnson and Bobby Bailey. Bailey turns it red by 26. Craig Johnson with a 37 light runs it out, goes 40 with a 1 on the 41 dial. Dustin Hunter and Dylan Scott now. Hunter in the left lane, dialed 578. Dylan Scott in the right lane, dialed 654. Dylan Scott had himself a sizable starting line advantage. 66 thou to be exact. Then took 75 thou at the stripe to be 19 thou under the 654 dial. I'll bet you he's going to look at that slip and wish he could have a do-over. So Dustin Hunter on to the semifinals. Andy Klosky turns it red by 1 thou. Brad Burton on a freebie. By the looks of it, ran it out 662 on the 662 dial. And that'll bring up our final pair of this second round, Dustin Ward and Greg Palmer. Couple of Mopars on the starting line. Dustin Ward, Greg Palmer. I think we can go ahead and call Dustin Ward your winner. Yep. Ward was 001 on the starting line. Greg Palmer was 145. So that gets us down to the semifinal round in the Pathmaker 16-car no-box shootout. Big shout out to the Hoffes family for all their support. We'll be making the call for the top bulb guys or box guys to come on back in about 3 minutes. You still got some time. No rush. You know, you got 3 minutes. Little announcement for the remaining cars in the 32-box shootout. You are now on a ladder. So we'll make the call now for round 2 competitors in Artex Racing. Box shootout. We need you back to the lanes. Time is up. Come on back. Once again, Artex Racing box shootout competitors. There should be 16 of you left. You are on a ladder, and we need you back to the lanes. Our round 2 pairings will look like this. Dave Senio will take on Martin Rochelle. Dalton Giroux will take on John DeYoung. Adam DeYoung will take on Mark Campbell. Frankie Ward will take on Dan Parsons. Ed Vanderkoy will race Stephanie Nass. Carson Campbell will race Braden Ochetois. James Rutherford will race Eric Goulden. And Brady White will race, I believe, Carson Campbell. So still got that list of names. If you've already went and received your award, you can disregard. 3 names: Dennis Winton, Dylan Scott, Steve Baskerville. I don't believe Baskerville is on the property anymore. But Dennis Winton and Dylan Scott. If you have not yet done so, please make your way over to the T&T Motorsports trailer. Got some awards for you there. I believe it's $1 million cash each. Well, I'm just trying to give them some incentive to go there, you know. I was lying possibly just a little bit about the $1 million. Well, here we go. Round number 2, Artex Racing 32 car box shootout. First pair making their way into the beams, Carson Campbell and Braden Achetois. Campbell should leave first, dialed at 462. Achetois, 300s quicker, 459. 7th thou red light for Braden. Carson Campbell around 3. On the freebie, runs it out. Goes 61 with a 9 on the 62 dial. Hey, are you guys forgetting about the Losers Lounge? T&T Motorsports wants to buy you a drink. Couple of green lights. Finish line says Martin Rochelle is moving on to round number 3. 27 up front, which put him 9 thou behind, but that's all good. Rochelle to the stripe by 19 thou to be dead 2. Senio, I'm assuming, giving it up at the finish line, 64 on the 61. Attention in the pits. No box semi-finalists whenever you're ready. Come on back. No box semi-finalists whenever you're ready. Come on back. Golden and Rutherford out there. Rutherford turns on the win light. He was behind by 5 on the starting line. Golden was 6. At the finish line, 79 with a 2 on the 79 dial, taking 14. Golden winds up 62 on the 60 and is done for the day. Eric Golden. You may as well just drive straight over to the Losers Lounge. T&T Motorsports would like to buy you a drink. Ed Vanderkoy, Stephanie Nass. Nass in the right lane. Turns it red by 5 thou. Vanderkoy is your winner. Runs it out, goes 68 with a 5 on the 68 dial. It was 26 to start things off. So again, no box, guys. There's just 4 of you. We need you back here just as soon as you're ready. Down to 4 cars, we got 2 pairs. It'll be Dustin Hunter taking on Dustin Ward, a battle of the Dustins. The other side of the ladder, it'll be Bad Brad taking on CJ Bracket Racing. Door car with the starting line advantage, but does not get the win light. Took 38 at the stripe to be 10 under. Brady White was 039, then 88 with an 8 on the 88 dial. Moving on. Now Mark Campbell and Adam DeYoung. Campbell, tower side. In the dragster, dialed 455. Adam DeYoung behind the wheel of the Camaro in the spectator lane, dialed 539. DeYoung out front, but oh man, took the stripe by just 8 thou to be 3 thou further under. Mark Campbell wins it on a double breakout. DeYoung had 5 thou on the starting line. If he'd have taken 5 thou or less, he'd be guaranteed the win, but that's a whole lot easier said than it is done, trust me. Frankie Ward and Dan Parsons. Frankie, tower side, 573 in the Camaro. Dan Parsons dials 677 in the Duster. Parsons slowly bumps his way in. Now Frankie's bumping forward. Just 3 thou difference in reaction times. Finish line says it is Frankie Ward moving on. Dead 2 with a 7 light, 9 total. Dan Parsons was 10 up front and locked out.
Yeah, I know. I've already talked to them all. We're good.
Well, there we go. Just like that, round 2 in the books.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod driveline components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
Dalton Giroux and John DeYoung. Dalton Giroux in the Dragster. John DeYoung in the Camaro. So John DeYoung with a big blower motor between the frame rails, but he covers it all up with that hood scoop. That white Camaro in the right lane, the quickest car on the property. Dalton Giroux gets it done. 447 on the 446, good enough. Taking 18 at the stripe. DeYoung with the starting line advantage, but winds up 32 on his 29. So Dalton Giroux moving on. So now down to just 8 cars. The Artex Racing 32-car box shootout. Next round pairings are going to look like this. Brady White will face James Rutherford. Carson Campbell will take on Ed Vanderkoy. Dalton Giroux and Martin Rochelle going to face off. And the final pair made up of Mark Campbell and Frankie Ward. Upcoming pairs in the Pathmaker 16-car no-box shootout. It's going to be Brad Burton and Craig Johnson. And on the other side of the ladder, the battle of the Dustins, Dustin Ward and Dustin Hunter. And here we go. No box shootout semifinalists. Craig Johnson and Brad Burton. Couple of foot breakers. Craig Johnson, Tower Side, local guy. Makes a lot of laps here at Mission. No stranger to turning the wind light on. Got a tough customer. Over there in the right lane, Brad Burton, number 2 in the world in stock eliminator in 2022. Pontiac Firebird. Wind lights on for Brad Burton. Wow, nice job up top there. Takes 1 thou at the stripe to be one above the 662 dial. Burton was 19 on the tree. Johnson was 26. Johnson winds up dead 9 on the 744 dial. That was a good drag race right there. Now battle of the Dustins. Hunter in the right lane, Ward in the left. Dustin Ward will face Brad Burton in the final. The money's going to Washington, no doubt about that. So Dustin Ward, very solid on the starting line with a 14 light. Then actually went dead 7, taking 78 at the stripe. Little bit dangerous there, but I'm sure he had it all under control. Dustin Hunter was 92 on the tree, and well, that just was not going to get fixed. So there goes my Calcutta entry for the bottom bulb, guys. I'm still in on top bulb, though. Hey, listen up out there in the pits. 32 car top bulb shootout competitors. This is your 2-minute warning. So whenever you guys are ready, we would like to see you back here in the staging lanes. One more time, 32 car top bulb shootout competitors. Should be 8 of you left. We need you back here in the lanes just as soon as you reasonably can. Your 10 minutes is not quite up yet, but we're just thinking ahead here and calling you now. So I see we've got our box competitors starting to show up at the lanes. That's good. Little shout out once again to you race fans in the stands. It's sure good to see you guys here. I did a rough count about 10 minutes ago. Seemed like there was about 40 of you there. I'm going to say that's about twice as many as we'd expect here on an average bracket weekend. I can only assume you guys came to the West Coast Classic to see some of the tightest bracket racing you're going to see here at Mission all year long. And, well, we're very happy to have you with us tonight. And another welcome to all those logged in and watching online on the Valley Tech Productions live feed, brought to us this weekend by JBS Equipment. So just gave a little shout out to all those watching us live on the live feed. Want to be very clear, very specific, that also included Zach Clark. Well, it's good to see a little crowd building over there at the Losers Lounge. Have a drink on T&T. So we've got our final round established in no box. It's going to be Dustin Ward and Brad Burton. All the money headed down south. But that is quite all right with us. We're very happy to see a bunch of our American friends back here this weekend. Welcome back to Mission. Great to have you. So safety out there with the dragger, making sure the track surface isn't getting too lonely while we wait for our quarterfinal round to get all sorted out and paired up behind the tower. Should see the first pair roll out before too long. Here comes the first pair, round 3 of Artex Racing 32-car box shootout. Dalton Giroux, Martin Rochelle. Dalton Giroux, Martin Rochelle. Martin Rochelle, right side of the racetrack, 640. The prediction for Martin in the Malibu. Dalton Giroux in at 446. Finish line says it is Dalton Giroux moving on. Both drivers go dead on the number. Dalton Giroux taking the stripe by 19 to be 3 thou above his 446 dial. Martin Rochelle goes 640 with a 5 on the 640 dial, but he was 29 on the tree. Dalton Giroux into the semifinal round. Now Carson Campbell and Ed Vanderkoy. Vanderkoy in at 468. Campbell in at 462. Campbell lights the fourth ball. Just 3 thou difference back here at the starting line. Wind light on in the right lane for Ed Vanderkoy. 17 up front, dead one, 18 total. Brady White taking the stripe by 10 thou to be under by 5. Now James Rutherford and Brady White. Rutherford in the orange Ford Pro. Brady White in the Dirty White Boys Dragster. So the door car is going to leave behind the Dragster. Brady White dialed 488, Rutherford 479. White turns it red by 2 thou. Rutherford on to the semi-final round on a freebie. Goes 478 with a 2 on the 479 dial. He'll be back for the round of 4 cars. So here's our second little staging duel of the day. Oh, I see Frankie bumping. Oh, now we're in. 4 bulbs lit. Oh, not good for Frankie Ward. Appeared the trans brake did not want to hang on. Car rolled out of the beams. Mark Campbell with his wind light on. Runs it out, goes 54 with an 8 on the 54 dial. So tough break for Frankie Ward. But as they say, that's racing.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
Folks at home with the live feed.
The little Ford Ranger, the vanishing one stunt team.
And the wind light. Association here looking for that outside line.
We are going to ramp it up big time from here.
Expecting pro competition. A beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Share the replay and glad about Valley Tech Production Group.
This is just the beginning, folks.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We will take our remaining 4 cars in the 32-car R-Tech Shootout to the lanes, please. Remaining 4 cars in the 32-car top bulb R-Tex Racing Shootout to the lanes.
So hanging out in the losers lounge with a bunch of losers. Nobody wants to do a live interview. They're all just laughing at me.
Dan will.
You, man.
Great. This is the most expensive free beer I've ever had, but it's good.
Compliments of T&T Motorsports.
For the record, they did a great job. It was very organized and everything went through so smoothly. Can't thank Travis and everybody and his team. It went so good. Look forward to it. I'm participating again. So, yeah, we're still going to be the major sponsor for it. So, yep, I'm in. Maybe I'll win a round somehow.
Right on. Dan Provo for Rad Torque Systems. Huge supporter of the classics. Very, very grateful to have that man on board. Artex Racing box semi-final coming up. We'll make the call now for our no box finalists. Pathmaker no box finalists, come on down. So semi-final round in box action. James Rutherford did the burnout. Oh. I was just going to say he's not moving. Bumps forward. Rutherford apparently having some kind of issue with the Ford probe. So James Rutherford in the right lane. Having some kind of issues with the car after the burnout, was not able to get it backed up. They pushed him back. The rules state all he's got to do is stage the car under its own power. Getting pushed back, completely legal. So Rutherford in the right lane, Ed Vanderkoy over here in the tower lane. Vanderkoy in with a 468, Rutherford in with a 478. Rutherford sans trans-brake. Launches the car a whole bunch early. Ed Vanderkoy going to the final round. 007 on the tree. 2 above at the finish line. Dalton Giroux and Mark Campbell. Going to face off here to see who will face Ed Vanderkoy in the final for $20,000. Giroux, tower lane, dialed 445. Mark Campbell, spectator side, dialed 454. It's over. Giroux goes red by 1 tiny thousandth of a second. Mark Campbell is your winner. 35 up front, all out goes 53 with a 4 on the 454 dial. That sets up our final round. It's going to be Mark Campbell versus Ed Vanderkoy in the $20,000 to win Artex Racing Box 32 car shootout.
Keith, can you head on back to the lanes? Copy, and we're ready for more boxes.
So we have called our no box finalists back to the lanes. Box finalists, obviously, will take you just as soon as you're ready. Now we'll, of course, put a cap on day number 2 here at the West Coast Classic.
Yep, that's it. 2 more runs.
2 pairs left to go. If you add them up, they total $27,500. It's a nice chunk of change. And for that, we want to thank all of our sponsors and supporters, all those who put in the hours behind the scenes before anybody gets to a racetrack. So big shout out to all the sponsors and supporters of the Classics, as well as the staff here at Mission Raceway Park. And of course, at the top of that list is going to be T&T Motorsports, the Ringgold family. So for those local racers not here this weekend, well, let me tell you, you're missing out. This has been an absolutely fantastic event so far. Totally different experience, I would say, than most other events here at Mission Raceway. The Classics were inspired by the Spring Fling races and very much so modeled after them. So once again, we certainly appreciate everyone supporting the Classics in whatever manner that is. A shout out once again to the race fans in the grandstands. Very good to have you with us tonight. And of course, all those online. And that of course includes Zach Clark. Also want to give a little shout out to Curtis Shaw. Just for being Curtis Shaw. That's it. So we've got our Pathmaker No Box finalists in the lanes behind the tower. I think we're going to see them roll around the corner momentarily. Pathmaker Service Company. Pathmaker is the oil and gas industry leader in casing running. Huge thank you for their support as the No Box Shootout sponsor of the Classics in 2023. Speaking of the Pathmaker No Box Shootout, here is our final round. Dustin Ward and Brad Burton. Either way, the money's going down south. Just a matter of which one of these guys is going to have his pocket stuffed on the way home across the border. 9 thou separate them at the starting line. It's Brad Burton getting it done, taking 6th thou at the stripe to be one above. He had the advantage, 28-37 at the finish line. Dustin Ward dead 9, but behind. Congratulations, Brad Burton. First time Brad's been to Mission Raceway in, well, a little bit of time. Definitely since pre-COVID. I'm thinking if he liked this place before, he's going to like it a little more now. And with that, we're down to one pair to put this day in the books. Day 2 of the West Coast Classic here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park has been nothing short of awesome. We've run the main event. We've run the second chance race. We've run the shootouts almost to completion. Final round in the Artex Racing 32-car box shootout coming up. Hey, listen up, finalists. This is your 2-minute warning. So we'll take you back to the lanes just as soon as you can get here.
I didn't expect it. I was like nervous to try it, so I was like, I don't know what it is. I took a bite and I was jammed.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
At home with the live feed.
Little Ford Ranger, the Vanishing One stunt team. And the wind light association here looking for that outside line. We are going to ramp it up big time from here. Expect pro competition of beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Share the replay provided by Valley Tech Production Group. This is just the beginning, folks.
So we're hanging out here in the winner's circle. Brad Burton's car is here, but Brad Burton can't be found. I'm kind of tempted to jump into the thing, fire it up, pull it into the winner's circle, and get my picture taken in front of it. But while we're hanging out, I've got a young lady here who is she's here to a racetrack for her very first time. What's your name?
Honoria Benga.
Very nice to meet you, Honoria. So this is your first time at a drag strip?
Yes.
What do you think? Have you had a good day?
Yes.
Are you going to tell all your friends, hey, you got to get out to Mission Raceway. It's really cool.
Sure.
Very happy to have you here today. So I think Hanoia's got something to say about her uncle's got a car very similar to Brad Burton's.
Uncle Sook? Say Uncle Sook.
Uncle Sook. There is
a really fast red 455 Hey Joe Firebird here. Come and see it.
Brad Burton, you want this little girl with you in the winner's circle?
Absolutely.
So, Brad, what do you think? You made the trip out to the West Coast Classic. Was a worthwhile deal? I'm guessing yes, but you can elaborate if you want.
Absolutely. We have a lot of choices this time of year for numerous races, and saw this on the schedule obviously last year and didn't make it. Was pretty bummed, but obviously super glad I came. Travis and his team put on a great race, and it's 7:30 and we're done. So it's been a lot of fun. Track prep was great. Hats off to the whole crew here at Mission. I can't say enough.
Right on. Well, we're very happy to have you here, along with all of our other friends from down south who made the trip up for this race. And we're looking to grow this thing. Initially, it was supposed to be 24 cars off the bottom for 10 grand. So when you get back home, you're going to tell everybody stateside, hey, man, you got to check this stuff out.
Yeah, got to spread the word. I mean, a lot of bottom bulb guys get turned off because you're racing against top bulb guys at some point, but goes to prove you can do it. So just got to cut a light and make it tight. That simple.
Awesome job today, Brad. Good to see you, and congratulations. I got to go back upstairs. We got a final round coming up. And here comes our final of the day. 20 grand on the line. So the bottom bulb money is headed south. Now we got to decide whether the top bulb money is also headed south or whether it's headed east. It ain't staying in BC, I'll tell you that. Ed Vanderkoy and Mark Campbell. Vanderkoy, the Albertan. Mark Campbell, the Washingtonian. Campbell in at 453. Vanderkoy will leave first, dialed 468. Burnouts are done. Both cars backed up. Dials are on the board. And the drivers are moving forward towards the beams. Vanderkoy left lane, Mark Campbell in the right lane. 2 bulbs lit. Vanderkooi goes in. Campbell's in. And your winner, Mark Campbell, right-hand lane, 455 on the 453. Good enough to get it done. He was 005, and Vanderkooi was not 00. At the stripe, Mark Campbell takes 20 thou to turn on the win light, and he's taking home the 20 grand. So huge congratulations to all of our winners today. Saturday main event was Brad Burton taking home the money, and he followed that up with a win in the Pathmaker 16-car bottom bulb shootout. Brad Burton with a nice chunk of change in his pocket already, and he's still got tomorrow to go. As we just saw in top bulb action, Mark Campbell over Ed Vanderkooi. Absolutely awesome day. Big shout out to everybody involved. Thank you, race fans, for showing up here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway Park. Thanks to everybody online tuning into the live feed. Big shout out to Valley Tech for their excellent work putting together those live feeds. All the staff here at Mission Raceway Park, fantastic job. The T&T Motorsports job, we simply would not be here without you guys, bar none. All the sponsors and supporters, absolutely fantastic day here at Mission Raceway for day number 2 of the West Coast Classic, and we've still got Sunday to go. So everybody, have yourselves a safe night. Have fun, be safe, and we will see you in the morning.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
For more than a decade, FTI has strived to become the leader in the aftermarket performance transmission and converter industry. We've joined forces with McLeod Driveline Components under the leadership of Top Fuel Funny Car pilot Paul Lee, and now have a larger distribution network, more resources, and more power. Come see us in the pits and ask how you can join the FTI family. It's not cheating, it is the competitive edge.
At home with the live feed.
Blue Ford Ranger, the vanishing one stunt team. And the win light. Association here looking for that outside line. We are going to ramp it up big time from here. Expect pro competition of beauty.
$2,500 cash winning prize.
Really awesome. Share the replay. Glad about Valley Tech.
This is just the beginning, folks.